That was the absolutely strangest thing I've ever encountered as a streamer. I've never had that problem before. Never seen that problem before. It literally would not allow me. I'm going to try to replicate that later, but it literally would not let me switch into my game scene. Now to see if I can do it when I'm live. Yeah, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I swear my OBS is broken again. I mean, it's not the OBS, it's me. I mean, hi, I'm the problem. The Taylor Swift song, hi, it's me, I'm the problem, it's me. Yeah, that's me right there. So, what's up, hardware? What's up, Rail? Sometimes I just break things in new and impressive ways. Always impressing myself with that ability. Let's see. I had a little piece that I was going to talk about while we jumped into game today. I want to give Starry and Once Human and NetEase a shout out for their content creator program. They have a really, really deep interest in having a content creator program, which is good. The problem is that how they're executing it, I don't necessarily agree with. And unfortunately, oh, my wife is going to be so pissed. My wife just left the house, and my wife hates driving in the rain, and it is pouring. She is going to be so pissed. And you know, can we just take a quick aside? My wife left the house of her own free will, and she's going to get home, and she's going to be pissed. And somehow it's going to be my fault. And you all know this. It's going to be my fault because I somehow summoned the rain, right? Like that's how relationships work. That's how marriages work. It's my fault. She's getting my coffee, but somehow it's going to be my fault that it rained. Why am I not? Is it going to be one of those days? Oh, it is going to be one of those days because I'm stupid. Turn that down now. So, but anyway, Starry Studios, they have a really great content creator program. And a lot of companies need to look at their creator program and say, this is what they do really, really, really well. But at the same time, what they need to do is look at it and say, this is what they do really, really well, but what do they do really, really poorly? And part of what they do really, really poorly is they have too many content creators in their program. And because they have too many content creator programs, my question is, how publicly visible is their content creator program for non-creators? Well, that's a great question. And the truth is, you should never, as a non-creator, you should never have any visibility of a content creator program. Because it ruins the entire point of having creators. And I know some people say they would rather there not be any content creators. And I don't disagree with you. Even as a content creator, I agree. You should not need to go to a content creator. Oh, how would other companies be able to learn from it? I see what you're saying. They should learn from it by, I mean, it's publicly accessible if you're a creator. And you could ask creators. The problem with asking creators is small creators want to make money. And unfortunately for small creators, they want to make money. And what they don't understand is that making pennies today sets you back from making dollars tomorrow. Small creators don't want to be paid in exposure. They want to be paid. But what they don't understand is exposure is better when you're at a certain size. If you're growing your channel on your own, and if you're seeing month after month after month after month of growth, you want to be paid in cash. A creator like PewDiePie, Lazy Peon, Ninja, Shroud, Summit, Asmongold, they want to be paid in cash because they don't need a company's help. Their brands have grown. But you got 1,000 plus people in a creator program, and they're all complaining about the pay isn't enough. And that ties into this new Kick thing, which I thought was absolutely amazing. Kick has 25% of the streaming market share now. That's amazing. That's gonna force innovation. Like, I don't want to see Twitch go out of business. I literally stood up and died right away. And hey, there we go. There's teamwork making the dream work right there. How does that force innovation? Well, what's happening is Twitch makes its money through 66% of its money through, as they've said, money that goes to the creator. Kick doesn't make their money based on money that's supposed to be going to the creator. So on Twitch, when you get a tip through bits, or when you get a subscription, or you get ad revenue, Twitch is making money on that. They take 50% or 30% depending on your tier as a creator. On Kick, they're supplemented, they're financed through their online gambling, which means they're not taking a cut. They're also straight paying their creators. Well, when Kick was only getting like 5% or 8% of the market share in live streaming, then it didn't really matter to Twitch. But now that Kick is getting 25%, and Kick is paying people an hourly fee to stream, it's going to force Twitch to be innovative. Or Amazon will pull the plug on Twitch. Because Twitch has never been financially profitable. It never turns a profit. It never has. Well, it's okay when you're running out of debt, and it's okay if in the long run you're breaking even on the aggregate, but they're not. And now that more and more big streamers are going over to Kick, Twitch doesn't, like, you saw Asmongold compared. Asmongold made over $200,000 on Kick versus whatever he made on Twitch that week. I didn't happen to grab what he made on Twitch, but he made over $200,000 on Kick. If he needed to do it for the money, why would he stay on Twitch? He would one, continue to multi-stream, or two, if he had to, he would move over to Kick. If Twitch doesn't do something soon, the biggest streamers are going to start to focus on Kick. And as you saw when Nutty got banned, Nutty got a one-day ban because he was showing his conjoined chat on Twitch. You're not allowed to do that. Whatever chat you show on Twitch can only, like, when I'm on a screen that has my Twitch chat, I can only show Twitch chat on Twitch. Well, that's not going to be a long-term good plan for Amazon and Twitch. Because why would you stay for an eighth of the money? That's why Nvidia are shit right now. They're just chilling, making no major improvements. You need to go watch the most recent Nvidia product video. Cause yeah, they are. They just put out this amazing video about all the shit that they're doing. Not long ago, within the last week and a half. But as I said, part of the problem becomes yeah, I don't think Nvidia hasn't ever been, like, you'd have to tell me why. If you were to say Intel and AMD, I would agree with you. But as far as graphics cards, I don't think Nvidia has ever rested on their laurels. I think they've been pushing the envelope consistently. Definitely, if you say chip-wise, AMD and Intel, for a while, AMD looked like they were going to seize market share. And in a way, they kind of are in some lanes, but not overall. In some silos, in some product silos. But no, I don't think Nvidia, like, there was a person in the Ashes of Creation community that was constantly saying AMD is better than Nvidia for all these reasons, and I'm like, the only place that AMD is better than Nvidia is to the low side of the middle range gamer, because their products are way more affordable. But when you take Nvidia's top graphics card versus Intel's top graphics card, there's no comparison. That brings up a completely different discussion, though, of do you need all that power? Is there a game that can leverage all of that power? That's a different discussion. But I don't think Nvidia has lost their edge because they don't have competition. I think they know they have to keep driving themselves. Now, AMD does an amazing job of making a mid-range card affordable, which is a great thing for them to be doing, for them to be pushing. But back to the content creator thing, back to streamers in general. It's amazing to me how many of them don't understand the value of exposure. Or remember that old phrase, there's no such thing as bad publicity? I'm pretty sure Pirate Software right now is wishing he wasn't getting as much publicity. And you can tell by some of the things he's saying, like, well, you're not hurting me, but you're hurting all these other people. That's a please don't hurt me argument. When you start justifying, like, your actions aren't hurting me, but you're hurting other people. Well, they are hurting you. That's why I said, when you get to the size of a content creator where you have an editor and you have, you have a social media person and you have a clip person and you have paid moderators, then you're running a business and you got to kind of be a little careful about your takes. Because then your takes decrease your income. And if your income drops to a certain point, then those paid moderators, paid video editors, paid person that makes your clips, social media person, all those people start to lose their job because you don't have the income anymore to support them. Now, again, I don't agree with a single thing Pirate Software said over the Stop Killing Games initiative. But I think what people are doing to bully him is going to cause a change in Steam's refund policy, because what people are doing right now is they're buying copies of Heartbound in order to leave a review on the game, and then they're refunding the game. Well, I think that's bullshit. You're buying a copy of a person's game and you're hurting Steam in the process. And if you hurt Steam in the process, you hurt all the other small developers to come. Because remember, you pay the as a business, you pay the transaction fee when you sell the product. And then, depending on your contract with the credit card company, and the company the size of Valve gets X number of transactions as part of their bundle every month. But it's not a $0 loss to process a sale and then process a refund. Because if you have to process too many of them, then you have to start paying for the transaction. I think it's more likely Pirate Software gets banned from the platform. They can't ban him from the platform. Because what did he do? In order to ban him from Steam, he would have to do something wrong. Or Valve would open themselves up to a lawsuit. Because he hasn't done anything wrong. In the stovepipe of only operating on Steam. He's not operating outside of Steam's terms of service. It's like I see Poseidon going into a restaurant while IRL streaming and people calling the place, he will get kicked out. That's a completely different... You have taken two completely different scenarios and tried to correlate them, and you couldn't be more wrong. When you come into my establishment, I set the rules. And I don't even have to have the rule posted. If I come up to you while you're in my establishment and say, I'm sorry, you're going to have to turn the camera off, and you say, you have a what exactly? Because your likely argument is going to be, I have a right to, and the answer is, no, you don't. Your rights stopped at my door. If only a product causes this problem, it will get removed. You couldn't be more wrong. Because the product isn't causing the problem, the people are. You've taken a person going into a business, live streaming, being asked to be removed, and the truth is, people can call the place. I assume you mean the police. People can call the police, and it doesn't matter what your opinion is, or the police's opinion is, or the streamer's opinion is. The only person's opinion that matters in that situation is the establishment owner. If the establishment owner doesn't want live streaming happening from their establishment, they say, you need to leave. Right? It may sound like I may sound like an asshole right now, but it sounds like you are just trying to wrong Pirate Software. I assume you're talking to them, because if you're talking to me, you're going to have to put a little context to that. Because in this stovepipe as a developer, I don't think he's done anything wrong on Steam. I don't think he deserves the bullshit that's happening to him. Okay. I don't think it's right for people to buy a copy of a game just to leave a negative review. I think that's bullshit. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that people would do that. And it's just going to show why why there won't be any decent discussions anymore. We won't have any good discussions about problems, because everybody will be too afraid to take a stand. If you can silence your opposition by bullying them, it means you didn't have a really good argument to begin with. I think, as you saw, I dove into the Stop Killing Games initiative, and it was bad. The way it was written is bad, what they were asking for is bad, the logical arguments they were making is bad, but their heart's in the right place. The top line level of they want to make sure that you protect your purchases, I agree with that 100%. But I also understand that what you're asking for isn't going to solve the problem as you want it to. If you leave it up to the lawmakers to write a law That's fine. But then what's going to happen is they're going to write a law that best serves them. They'll write a really weak law just so they can say they wrote the law. And then it won't accomplish what you want it to accomplish. Because again, you want the game to be playable in an offline state. But you know full well, and game developers and people that profess to understand how games are made, you understand that this game is not running on a single server. This game is running on a realm, a world, that is being supported by multiple pieces of hardware. So you've said you want the game to be playable. Well, to what extent? If this game was to be scheduled for offlining, the new law passes, the game is going to be scheduled for offlining. What does that end playable state look like? Because they could make it so that you could load into the game and run around, but not give you access to the NPC database. So now nothing spawns in the world. But you've gotten what you asked for. You'll probably be able to play Eternal Land. Sure, absolutely. And what they could turn around and say, could they offline a game but still offer custom server sales? They absolutely could. They could absolutely do that. Well, let me think of, no. They probably couldn't offline the game right now and then only offer custom server sales because of how, under the law that they wrote, because of how they initially released the game. If they had released the game as a single player standalone game with co-op, and then had said, we also have optional public servers you can join, and then a year later said, we're no longer going to offer those public servers, then they could go to it being a single player game that runs natively on your PC or on private servers. They could do that. I think that is the big question. Also, at what cost would you get everything to run properly? And right, and that's where I said, I thought the Stop Killing Games initiative has their heart in the right place, but they didn't think it through. They went right to, we're going to start a movement because we think that this is important. But they didn't think it through all the way. They didn't chew on it all the way to the bone. And that's where I understand Pirate Software was, he needs to understand that he needs to take a break. He needs to go on a 2-week vacation. He needs to stop, because what he's doing is he's not controlling the media cycle. The media cycle is continuing every single day. And when I say every single day, I mean every single day. There are millions of views about the guy being generated because other content creators are now using him as content. Because he continues to respond to it, he continues to add fuel to the fire. One of the most important things about public relations is you either kill a story in one news cycle or you understand it's about to be 10 news cycles. And he right now is 10 news cycles deep. Where I think a lot of other creators are unfair is they never, 10 months ago, Stop Killing Games was an initiative, and they didn't address the video 10 months ago. Because they didn't give a shit about the initiative 10 months ago. None of them. None of these creators that came out in the last couple of weeks to help them get their big push, none of them gave a shit 10 months ago when Thor made his first video. So don't turn around and say your video is about the initiative, because it's not. It's bullshit. Your video is about there's clout to be gained. There's coattails to ride. If you had given a shit about the initiative, you would have talked about it 10 months ago. Yeah, I've seen Pirate Software with Dr. K, and that's another indicator where Thor... Thor doesn't get it. And... yeah. People are taking small details and making them big. Yeah, but the big one is Pirate Software's response to Dr. K. And if you have, I'll show it real quick so that I'm not misquoting him. Because he ultimately says one of the dumbest things you can say if you're trying to make an argument that you're not arrogant. And this is how you handle it. Chances are you're not making you're being disingenuous. So this is the clip where I think this clip right here pretty much doomed Thor. I think this clip was pretty much the beginning of the end for him.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah. So, you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
I mean, there's not... That's pretty much... That's pretty much the writing on the wall right there. You don't see it this way. Okay. And when people say, well, people will say to me, Jay, don't you think you're arrogant? Yeah, I'm arrogant as fuck. Sorry. In the things, like in the arenas, in the areas that I operate in, I'm arrogant as fuck. I'm not going to provide context to people. I will give you context if you ask me for context. But in some of the areas, I'm not going to be ashamed that I'm educated in an area and somebody else isn't. And so when they want to have a discussion about X, Y, or Z, it's like the way I define as. When somebody is in a discussion with me and they're losing, and then they turn around, and it doesn't have to be losing, but they feel like they're losing, so they begin to warp the narrative, and they say, well, the way I define, unless you publish a dictionary, I don't give a fuck how you define a word. I go on the premise that we were using the definition of the word, how the rest of the planet would define that word. If you're going to set confines at the beginning, if you're going to set confines in your mind for our discussion, then you need to let me know what confines you're talking about. Like, and then I'll have the discussion. Or when you set ridiculous confines that I don't agree with, then I will say, you know what, I'm really not going to engage in a discussion if these are the confines, because we're talking about something outside 3 standard deviations. So I'll just concede the point to you. There are words without definitions like pay to win. You're right. And a couple of years ago, I tried unsuccessfully to address pay to win. You're absolutely right. Pay to win is a very subjective term. Pay to win, pay to convenience, pay to catch up, pay to get ahead, pay to ... And what I said years ago is, let's stop having the discussion about the subjective part of win. Because what you call winning, I call convenience, is what they call catching up. But let's just talk about the point we can all agree on. We're paying to do it. Should we need to have to pay to do that? should paying to do that even exist? Because if we get rid of the subjective part of the win and we just talk about should doing this even be an option, we can have a really good conversation in that confine. And what I've done then is I've told you at the beginning of the discussion exactly what I would expect somebody else to do. Let's not worry about the last word. Let's worry about should that even be a thing? Pay to win. Is buying extra storage space in an MMORPG pay to win? Yes, it is. I can make an argument for it. You say no, it isn't. So let's just not argue about the subjective part. Should we have to pay for more storage space? Well, I don't know. Did we pay a box price? Yes or no? We did. Do we pay a monthly subscription? Yes or no? Oh, we do? If I pay a box price and I pay a monthly sub, I should not have to pay for extra storage space. That is not something that they should have monetized. And I think most people, if you said that way, they would be like, you know what? Yeah, I agree with you there. I shouldn't have to be paying for this shit. It doesn't matter if it's pay to win or pay to convenience or pay to get ahead or pay to spank your mom or whatever the fuck the newfound DLC is. It should be, no, I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying extra money for that. And if everybody agreed that's not something we should have to pay money for, then we wouldn't have to spend 5 years debating if it's pay to win or not. Just no, I shouldn't have to pay for that. You go to an all-you-can-eat buffet, but you have to pay $1 for a plate cleaning fee every time you go back up. Okay. Well, I thought it was an all-I-could-eat buffet. Oh, well, it is. You can eat as much as you want off the buffet, but every new plate you take. Well, then great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get one plate. I'm going to fucking stack that shit up this high. And what's going to happen is I'm going to waste a lot more food. But you're absolutely right. There are words without a standard, commonplace, accepted definition. Like alpha. What's alpha? What's beta? Except the problem is when it comes to alpha and beta, there are actual definitions. There are actual definitions for what an alpha is and what a beta is. The big problem is the developers don't follow them. And the gamers don't know them. That's why I'm doing so little damage. I'm still in my early access as well. I agree with you. Early access as well is what exactly is early access? What exactly does that entertain? How are you talking this is early access and you're gonna wipe before launch? Or are you talking early access and it's a soft launch? And then it goes into a lot of things as well. What's a soft launch? What's an actual launch? What's soft lock? What's hard lock? What's action? What's tab? What's tab enhanced? Because there's not a standard definition, everybody gets their expectations wrong. Because they think the developer is developing what they want, and in truth, the developer is developing what the developer wants. It's why my very first interview with Steven Sharif, I said to him, what do you define action combat as? What do you define tab target as? And then there were a lot of people, even after the man in an interview had said how he defines those terms, what people were saying, well, what he meant was, I don't think we need you to tell us what he meant. He said what he meant. And those are the people I don't want to have a discussion with. After you have an answer and it's still not an answer you like, you're gonna continue to argue and say, "Oh no, well my interpretation matters." So, yes, I think Thor needs to walk away for a short period of time. He needs to take a break. He needs to take a breather. He needs to think about what is his goal. If his goal is to continue to develop Heartbound, well, I don't think he's going to get the results anymore that he wanted, because he's made himself a pariah. Which sucks, because I don't think a guy who has an opinion on something should be deleted into oblivion. At the same time, he deserves every inch of what he's getting, because he was disingenuous in his critique and his review and his content about the Stop Killing Games initiative. If he had done what I did, just gone through it line by line, and what I think it's impossible for him to do is to say when something is good. I don't think he can do that. I think that skill set is beyond him. Like, this is good, this is bad, this needs improvement, this is dog shit. I think he just went down the line and called the whole initiative dog shit, and I don't think that was well received. I also think that he forgot to keep saying the important piece to people. And what it was is, your heart's in the right place, your end goal is the right end goal, your methodology is going to get you results that you don't really want. But he never explained why, and I think I have. You're going to get a law that gets passed, and then they're not going to sell video games anymore. What they're going to do is they're going to sell... They're just going to make the switch to selling licenses. They're not going to make... They're not going to live in the land of ambiguity anymore, where are you buying a game or are you buying a license? They're just outright going to say you're buying a license. And then gamers are going to what exactly in response to that? Say, well, if you don't make it that I'm buying the game again, I just won't buy your product? Steam is already doing that. You're absolutely right. Steam is already doing that. Origin already does that. If you get banned on Origin, you are expected to... Well, if you get banned on Origin for a game that requires an online connection, if you get your account banned, you lose access to all the games you have, because they ban your account. Do I think that's right? No. But do I think it's right? No. Do I think it's exactly what you agreed to when you signed the end user license agreement? Yes. And that's what people... That's the piece of the discussion people don't want to hear. And then I get the Europeans that say, well, our end user license agreements don't allow you to... Who reads the EULA? Why don't you read the EULA? Why do you enter into a contract without reading it? Steam writes with red on your profile that you got banned in X games, and when people see you in online games, they avoid you. Yeah, as they should. Because what'd you get banned for? Cheating? Exploiting? Hacking? Good. God forbid there's some accountability for your actions. I don't want to be like... I don't want to engage with somebody who's a shitbag. I want to know you're a shitbag. I think that's great. I think that's fucking amazing. Let me know that you were a shitbag in other games so I don't have to deal with you. Or so at least I know what I'm getting into. I think that's a great idea. That brings back the old school gaming where people used to... some of you are too young to remember old school gaming. But us old fucks, we used to have post-it notes on the side of our monitor or an index card or a list... of all the assholes on the server that were loot goblins, and we just wouldn't party with them. If we got into a party with them and we saw them, we didn't make a big deal. We didn't ask for them to get kicked out. We just, used to. We used to just simply leave the party. And then when the person organizing it was like, hey man, I invited you, you came and you left. Yeah man, you have a loot goblin in your party. I don't party with him, but I don't want to be disruptive, so I just departed. And you know what the funny part was? People used to share their loot goblin lists. And guess what? The loot goblins used to have to re-roll. Because there was no name changes. I agree that it's stupid to accept a EULA without reading it, but most people do that. Does not mean it's good. Yeah, I read my EULAs, which is why I thought it was funny, because when I was looking at Ashes of Creation's EULA, it used to say that they weren't responsible for your assimilation due to a Borg invasion, which I thought was funny, but I thought had no place in a legal doctrine. It has no place in a legal document. It's funny as fuck. You used to host WC Warcraft 3 custom mods with your cousin, and we used some Blacklist app. It was so good. A couple of weeks after we started to get better and better matches. Yeah, getting rid of all the shitty human beings. You know, the only people that complain about being excluded when you're only excluding the shitty human beings, is the shitty human beings. But unfortunately, Will Wheaton, if you've ever heard of Wheaton's Law is don't be a dick. Yeah, when the EULA tells you to read the community guidelines and you try to click on the community guidelines and it takes you to a 404 error. And then when you bring it up, they're like, the companies will literally say, you read the EULA? What? Or when you get a ban in a game because you violated the community guidelines and you ask them, what community guideline did I violate? And they can't tell you. They can't give you a reference document. They can't give you a link. Nothing. So, what did I get banned for then? Will Wheaton's Law is don't be a dick. And you can clearly tell online gaming has not produced good gamers. When you used to have to go to the arcade and wait in line with your quarters, and every arcade had a policy of winner stays, loser moves his ass to the back of the line, you weren't a dick. Because if you were a dick inside the arcade, chances are someone was going to tune your ass up as soon as you left the arcade. Or tune your ass up right inside the arcade. The rule, don't be a dick, is a good rule. Just don't be a dick. Don't be a dickhead. It's good stuff. It's good advice. It worked really well in the first few years. And now people can name change, server role, alts get access to all your stuff. It doesn't create an environment of personal accountability. It doesn't create an environment where people are held accountable to their actions, which is why it's such a shock for some people that first time they're held accountable, which is probably something Thor is struggling with. He's used to speaking with authority and being regarded as an authority. But when you stepped in it, it's like the guy the other day who was like, you're making you're using appeal to authority. You're using the appeal to authority fallacy. Appeal to authority fallacy isn't always the fallacy you want it to be. Sometimes the authority on the matter is the authority on the matter. Sometimes a subject matter expert is a subject matter expert. Hence, why it's called consulting a subject matter expert. If you don't know how the hell something is done, ask a subject matter expert. What, do you hire an electrician and then argue with him? Because if you are, I guarantee you that's an electrician that's going to walk off the fucking job site. Now that you talk about this, could this be attributed to some decline in MMORPG interest? It absolutely is responsible for some of the decline in MMORPG interest. There was a person on our server yesterday who was talking about this, and it's a really great talking point. The talking point is, when you have a server that's just completely fucking toxic, people want to leave it. People want to leave a server that is completely toxic. But if they have to give up everything they've built, they're not going to want to keep rebuilding, which is a huge problem Once Human has. Once Human has the problem where the permanent servers aren't exactly permanent. Well, if that shit happens to us again, then I'm going to figure out a way to make all the ammo and shit that I need. I'm only going to log in once a week. I'm not doing this loop again until they have content. I have no problem getting to the permanent server, logging in once a week, farm my nightmare silos for my mods, and keep working on my mods for when they refine Way of Winter. But then they're like, oh, we're going to nerf Way of Winter and make it easy. Well, then I don't want to play it. So it's absolutely part of the decline. When you have people that aren't good stewards of a server, and they drive people away, then it kills the game. Why do people want to play more single player games? Because they don't want to deal with other people. If it's not fun dealing with the other people, I don't want to deal with them. I have no interest in that bullshit. Did I see Donald Trump wants to deport Rosie O'Donnell? Nope. It's also Saturday. It's my day off and I'm playing video games. Don't really care about politics. There will be more than enough politics on Monday. Yeah, they changed the community guidelines without telling anybody. What is a good server for Once Human? If you're starting Once Human, you absolutely want to start on Manibus Novice. Because it's like your tutorial server, walks you through, gets you your base blueprints, gets you your base mods. After that, it's a scenario-based game, and every scenario is a little bit different. So it really depends on what scenario you want to play. There's 3 PvE scenarios, 3 PvP scenarios. Unfortunately, as somebody mentioned the other day, there is a big problem with people smurfing on the PvP servers. They're literally just shitting on any new player that comes there before they have a chance to get their feet under them. It is a seasonal server. At the end of the season, your server will become permanent. Now, if it functions properly, is a different story. I wish they could enforce English in MMOs. My Novice Once Human server is full of Russians in world chat. Who cares? I hate to let you know this. The last time I checked, you're European. I deleted it. I deleted your picture off Discord because that's not me. And you really don't want to get into a discussion of... You really don't want to pick a fight with me, making fun of me. When you're in my house. My Discord is my fucking house. Okay? You want to post that shit? Okay? I deleted it. I let it go. I wasn't going to say anything to you. You want to bring it up again? I'm just going to give you fair warning. Your behavior and the shit you say and the ammo I already have against you and what I know about you, you probably don't want to be a dickhead to people. Because then I get to be a dickhead to you. And I'll say it the other way. You don't want to play the asshole game with me. Because if you're an asshole to me, then I gotta be an asshole to you. And I am way better at being an asshole than you are. If being an asshole was an Olympic sport, I'd be a 16-time gold medalist. Okay? So being an asshole to me isn't really a good plan. Especially in my house. That's my fucking Discord. Especially because you know damn well that's not me in the picture. So you want to do that? I will shit all over your life, and you'll be sitting 6 inches from the mirror, okay? And that's all I got to say to you. So I would let it go. I would let it drop. Probably not even something you even want to respond to. If you want to, go ahead. I haven't had my coffee yet. But anyway, back to the I wish they could enforce English. Why? You're European, Alice. Last time I checked, Russia's in Europe. So last time I checked, Russia is a European language. So why would they enforce English on European servers? Help me out there. Because Europeans love to shit on the Russians, but they forget that Russia's in Europe. They forget Russian is a European language. So why would they enforce that? That's a huge problem in Mortal Online 2 as well. It's called Permanent Full Loop PvP. It calls itself an RPG, but it's more like a survival game for sweats and makes the player base growth suffer hard. Yeah, if you remember, I covered Mortal Online 2. I was streaming it. I got a key. I streamed it. The developer came to the stream. I had 100 people. It was a good time. I was mentioning things that I thought would improve the game. 100 people in the chat, 98 of them agreeing with me, including the developer, and 2 people saying the changes I'm suggesting would kill the soul of the game. The soul of what game? Are you dumb or something? Here, I'm gonna do what your parents should have done. I'm gonna smack you upside the head. I literally said your best bet would be to not fucking post anything. To not say anything, and you chose to. You had absolutely no reason to post that photo in my Discord, because if you think that person looks like me, you're a fucking idiot. Now roly your ass over to the fucking optometrist and get your fucking eyes checked, because that picture you posted looks nothing like me. Which is why I literally said I didn't address you about it on the Discord, I just deleted it. So if you want to go, man, I haven't had my coffee yet. Don't go down this road, because I will shit on your entire existence. It was a stupid thing to post, and stupid people post stupid shit. That's how it rolls. When you say I wasn't trying to make fun of you, I was just posting a picture. Why were you posting the picture? A funny looking guy standing next to Trump? Where's your fucking goal? So I would stop, because I have zero problem shitting on your entire existence. I love Mortal Online 2, but it's so toxic. Yeah, it is toxic. And you try to get into the game, and this is the same problem EVE Online had. It's the same problem Arcade had. You love the game, so there's like 100, what is it, 800 people that play Mortal Online 2? It's under 1,000. They never broke 10,000 concurrent players, even at their launch. If you're killing all the people when they first arrive out of the tutorial, all you're doing is making those people turn around and refund, if they're eligible to. If you play EVE Online and you go to high sec and you kill the people that have been playing for less than 3 months, all they're going to do is stop playing. If you go into Arcade and you're killing all the people as soon as they move out of their first safe zone into a hostile zone, all they're going to do is stop playing. And it's exactly what happened with Arcade. Arcade could not get new players to come in. Now, part of it was because they got killed. Part of it was because they couldn't find housing. Part of it because it was a grind. Part of it was bad management. And there were lots of parts of it. But Mortal Online 2, I played, the tutorial was bad. It was hard to figure out. And then when you move to the permanent world, you have to face people that are just there trying to kill you because they think it's funny. Okay. All you're doing is making it so the developer can't grow. You're making it so that the developer can't make more money, so the developer can't hire more programmers, coders, artists, animators, back-end engineers. If you don't have income, then all you can hire is a bunch of generalists, because those generalists need to be able to do lots of things. It's like one of the things that bothered me about the Ashes of Creation community when they were worried, they're like, well, you don't have any engineers. You have McP, and he's a generalist. I don't know, and when I say he's a generalist, I don't know what his specialty is. I don't think he's ever said. But he's a generalist because he can do all of the pieces of engineering. He can bounce around a lot and cover a lot of things that need to be done. In being a logistician, I'm a generalist, but I'm not I'm not a supply chain person. I'm not a supply squadron person. I don't do that level. I was never trained to do that level. I can do I have the general understanding of how to manage a warehouse. I have a general understanding of how to do supply chain management. I know fuel supply chain management because I was a specialist in that. So I think we need to be careful when we're like, well, Mortal Online 2, you're killing the soul. You're making suggestions that are going to kill the soul of the game. The game is a ghost, man. It doesn't have a population. What soul are we killing? Imagine if, wait, I couldn't win against Counter-Strike pro players ever. Imagine that, but an MMO where you also have a gear advantage. That's why I don't like PvP and MMOs. Imagine if those Counter-Strike pro players had access to better weapons than you. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely 100% correct. MMORPGs need to have competition. But they need to have competition in certain silos, in certain lanes. Then you need some lanes that you're left the fuck alone. And then you need some lanes where you have soft friction. I am curious, what would your opinion be of Bitcraft since it released in EA? I have looked at Bitcraft a couple of times. And I'll look at it again real quick, just so I don't speak out of turn. So, Bitcraft describes itself as a massively multiplayer community sandbox game where players work together to build a civilization in a single editable wilderness with an ancient past. Bitcraft's gameplay emphasizes skilling, building, farming, trading, and exploring, empowering players to cultivate a sheltered village with their friends or establish impressive cities and empires. Now, because there's no discussion of PvP, I don't think it matters that it launched in early access because there's no discussion of PvP. What that means is a person can... Yeah, they don't have PvP and it will not have PvP, so it doesn't matter if people joined late or people joined early because they have no PvP. And because they have no PvP, your advantage is irrelevant because it doesn't give you an advantage over me. Does that make sense? Like, sure, economic PvP, but it doesn't seem like you're going to have douchebags in there doing that too much because it's very much a cooperative sandbox. It's not a competitive sandbox. And sometimes people don't recognize sandbox doesn't automatically mean friction. It doesn't have to. It can. It absolutely can, but it doesn't have to. Now, because there's no PvP, is it actually a sandbox game? And the answer is no. It's sandboxy, but it's not a sandbox. Because if I can't do a thing, if you have your linear spectrum of theme park on this side, theme park on this side, sandbox on this side, if you can't destroy somebody else's stuff, you come down here. And you come down there, you come down there. I think every game has 2 points. I think it's a above and below spectrum. Why the fuck can't I find my hands today? How theme parky am I? How sandboxy am I? And I think when you look at where the two dots are, what features of a sandbox do I have? What features of a theme park do I have? I think when you look at all of that, you get a really good sense of what can I do in the game. Like, EVE Online is not the most sandboxy game in existence. I would say, based on how much sandbox there is, I would make the argument that Minecraft is the most sandboxy game there is. Because I can have PvP servers, I can have PvE servers, I can have whatchamacallit, I can have a lot of player friction, I can have no player friction. I would make the argument that EVE Online is got deeper player friction. But I can't move a space station. I can't impact JITA. I can't close it. As a player, I can't create a fifth faction. There's no mechanism for... I can never create, you know, you got the Galente, the Amar, the Minmatar. I can never get to a point where I create the Jelonians. There's no mechanism for that. I could do that in Minecraft. If a Minecraft server developer created 4 factions, and then they said, we've created 4 static factions, but there's nothing stopping you from creating your own, well, then I could do that in Minecraft. Ashes of Creation, again, another game that is promising to try to push the limits of sandbox. Steven came up with a really good phrase. He said it's not a sandbox and it's not a theme park, it's a sand park. And that's probably a good phrase. It's probably a very good way to look at it. Probably a very good way to do it. You have some things that are theme park, some things that are sandbox, some things that are developer controlled, some things that are player controlled. As far as Bitcraft, I don't have a problem with it releasing early access on Steam because I don't think it being early access hurts anybody. Now, does FOMO work against it because they've already launched? Yeah. FOMO works against it because it's already launched. So what's going to happen is some people will not join a game that launched in early access that doesn't have a wipe. And they have that right to do. Some developers don't recognize that that's going to be a problem. Right? And that's something you need to look into. The developer has to consider, if we soft launch, which part of the player base are we going to lose? And are we okay with that loss? Some people are going to say, well, other people have an advantage. Well, then you should do a fresh start server. Well, we know fresh start servers are the poison that kills existing servers. So when a developer does a soft launch, they have to understand they will probably never get some people to come play it. And that might be okay, or it might be disastrous. If you had a really niche audience to begin with, and that niche audience doesn't like to be late to the party, right? Then you didn't know your target demographic. But from what I saw, and I've looked at it a couple of times, but it's just not, it's not the game for me. It looks like it's a community building world, which is probably something we didn't need. But they built it, and it deserves a chance to be successful. I wouldn't want to see like somebody come along and shit on it and try to hurt it to put it out of business. Because in the end, I'm sure that there will be lessons learned from it that every game can benefit from. if it gets a big audience, what is it about this game that people like? And can we incorporate it into another game? I mostly find it interesting is they're back to infrastructure and they will be fully open source the game end 2025, and that's great. If they fully open source the game, that means other people can use it and put their own servers up. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to make money then. But they obviously have to have some sort of monetization plan. That was like everybody shit on Amazon Game Studios when they started building Lumberyard. They build their own back end and the game can only run on that. Well, no, then they're not making the game fully open source, are they? They're making the client open source. But if they make the game completely open source, that doesn't mean somebody won't figure out a way to change it so it runs on a different back end. But yeah, I'd have to understand their monetization model, or not just understand their monetization model, I would have to understand their understanding of their monetization model. Because if they're making the game open source, then it's not going to be that far of a stretch for somebody to run it on a different back end. I mean, it would take work, it would take effort. But it was like when people shit on Amazon Game Studios for Lumberyard. Well, what Amazon Game Studios did was they pre-optimized an engine for it to run on Amazon servers. They were going to give you the engine for free, and that would motivate you, since you didn't have to pay engine licensing costs like 5% to Epic, you would want to use their servers. Well, I think, although I don't like monopolies, I think a really, really, really good step in a really good direction would be for Amazon Game Studios to abandon Lumberyard completely, open source 3D completely, work with Epic Games, and figure out a way to build a module that pre-optimizes Unreal Engine for Amazon Web Services. And that way, you use Unreal Engine, and you're pre-optimized for Amazon Web Services, and hopefully it should take a big bite out of the amount of work small development teams need to do. And people will be like, well, why would Amazon Game Studios want to help small studios? Because they don't give a shit about making money on video games. They give a shit about making money leasing server space. And as I said the other day, everybody says what a success New World was because it sold 16.5 million copies. Except it never sold 16.5 million copies. If you chase that 16.5 million copy data point all the way through the internet, it leads back to the same Reddit post each and every time. That Reddit post is literally, I heard. You didn't hear shit. They sold 4.5 million copies, which means they barely broke even on the game, and they absolutely did not break even on the studio's costs when they were developing Lumberyard. Because Lumberyard is based on CryEngine. And CryEngine is fucking terrible. And I'm not saying that everybody should move to Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine doesn't solve every problem. But unless you have a problem unless you need something that Unreal Engine doesn't do, you should build on Unreal Engine and save yourself a bunch of development time. They're giving you something like $14 million in assets for free from their time of running. What was their MOBA? Paragon? All those assets are in the library. I also saw people shitting on games like The Quinfall or Eternal Tombs because they're using the art shop from Epic Games. That baffles me. What's the difference between using what an independent contractor built and sells and licenses and hiring that independent contractor to come work for you on salary? And the answer is nothing. And people are like, well, I'm sure the contractor would prefer to have a job. Right. But if I can spend $15,000 and buy his asset kit and his asset kit works, I can reach out to him to see if he wants a job. But not all of them want a job. Some of them want to be independent contractors. So he's going to say, no thanks for the $15,000 purchase, and if you ever have any specific needs, I'll work for you as an independent contractor. Gamers are offended on behalf of other people. Like, what? You're mad that an independent contractor put resources up on a store, and a game company, Legasp, bought those resources? Like, and then when you ask them, they're like, well, it would be better if they had a solidified art team so everything was seamlessly integrated. Okay. I don't disagree with you. That would be better. Are you willing to spend $300 right now so the company has money? No. Well, then the company's doing what it can. The company is doing what it can to bring the game to life that it wants to bring. Got this Prime 1 week trial for £1 or something like that. Thanks. That's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. Reach into Bezos's pocket with all those Prime subs. You got the Prime 1 week trial for £1. Use the Prime sub for me. I probably get like 4 cents off that one. That'd be about right, huh? You know, it's funny, it always amazes me about how much conflict there is on the internet. Just, there's conflict about everything. There's conflict about every single thing in the world anymore. Yeah, I can buy 0.0000001 seconds of a new song. It amazes me how much just pure conflict there is in the world. Europeans, people in England, you're making all these excuses for why you're going through a heat wave. It's a heat wave for you. It's a heat wave for you. What? 78 degrees is not a heat wave for us. That's you know, that's hot for us. Or I'm sorry, that's not hot for us. That's cool for us. We like it. That's shorts and t-shirt weather for us. But what does it matter? They're not used, like, Americans and Europeans are all back and forth with each other. It's a heat wave. It's not a heat wave. Shut the fuck up. 38 degrees is borderline dying. Okay, so let's find out. That's 100 degrees. 38 degrees is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me say this. 100 degrees is spicy. If it's currently 100 degrees where you're at, that's spicy. And there's not going to be too many Americans that shit on you for that. 100 degrees is rough. Now, the Texan over there is going to be like, oh, fuck off. 100 is cool. And that's because they routinely have 112. Right? Yeah, you're used to 18 to 20. And that's where the disconnect is. But Americans need to understand, and this is where I say I wish everybody could just have a reasonable conversation. European houses don't have central air. European houses are not designed to be airy because their houses are old and their houses are designed to keep heat in. Their houses are not designed to have a lot of draft space because your houses are made of brick and not paper. Well, depends on where you are. This house is built of siding. I mean, I've lived in brick houses. I prefer brick houses. We build houses out of brick. It's just more expensive. But we can get away with vinyl siding because we don't have the bitter cold. But it's just amazing to me. Everybody wants to turn everything into a fight. Yeah, it's 2 degrees difference inside and outside, and that sucks for you guys. I'll be the first to say it. I'll also be the first to tell you my house is my house is 20 degrees Celsius. That's what I keep my house at. I cool my house to 20 degrees Celsius. Because I ain't dealing with that shit outside. Well, oh my God, how expensive is your electric bill? It's a lot. It was 100. It felt like 114 outside the other day. And my house was, 20 degrees Celsius. Because I ain't dealing with that shit. I don't like the heat. I don't like it at all. But everybody turns everything into a fight. And there's no meaningful conversation. Nobody's learning why. Well, why is it like that? It's because their fucking winters are bitter cold. I would rather have hot summers than bitter cold winters. Yeah, your house is good at keeping the cold outside. Exactly. That's what you built. That's what you want. You don't want to be freezing your ass off in the winter, but it sucks for you guys. It sucks for you guys right now. Heat waves suck. Learning to deal with the heat. I mean, dealing with the cold is kind of easier. If it's cold, put on extra layers. If it's hot, there's not a lot you can do. Like, I've been going for walks every day with my family so that they can be used to Disney when we go. Because we don't go to Disney. We don't go to Orlando in the fall or in the summer anymore. We moved to the fall. But we're going for 10 days. We can't take the kid out of school for 10 days. So we've been walking. And my family's like, the first couple of days, they're like, oh my God, it's so hot. Yeah. Now they're like, this isn't so bad. Yeah. We'll do a short walk today. My wife just had her back injections, but we'll do a short walk today. Probably go half a lap with my wife and then take my kid for the other half of the lap. Yeah, people just can't adapt to it. Which you all better, because global warming. We're all gonna be walking around in shorts and tank tops soon. Coffee? You like the negative 40 when you lived up north? Fuck that, man. Thank you. Negative 40? Never. Nope. Never ever. That's ridiculously cold. That's mind-numbing cold. You have negative 34? Negative 34 Celsius or negative 34 Fahrenheit? I had to check. It was also funny during this heat wave this summer. All these people were like, your body can't tell the difference between, what the woman say? Your body can't tell the difference between 74 and 84 or 94 in a heat wave. Bullshit. Yes, I can. I don't know what the fuck you're smoking. I absolutely can tell the difference between 74, 84, and 94. Some of the local power companies were like, we're asking all the residents to keep their houses at 78 degrees in order to prevent brownout conditions. I don't even keep my house at 78 degrees in the fucking winter. You think I'm keeping my house? You think I'm keeping my house at 78 degrees in the summer? Yeah, the people that say, the human eye can't see above 24 frames per second. Bullshit. Most humans can't see above 30 frames per second. Most humans don't perceive the difference. Most don't. Some do. United States Air Force fighter pilots have been tested and they can see as high as 200 frames per second. They flash an aircraft in 1/200th of a second, and the pilot has to identify the direction, heading, and orientation of the enemy aircraft, because then that's useful information. Guess what? You're talking about a group of people that are less than 1/10 of 1% of a population that can do that. And they've also already been filtered down that 1/10 of 1% is also part of 1%. So you're talking about 1/10 of 1% of 1% of the overall population of America. It's pretty rare. But it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And yeah, some people can't tell the difference in temperature. I remember being a kid, we didn't have the money to run the air conditioner. So you were just hot and miserable. My father's logic was he only ran the air conditioner for like 30 minutes. And I quote the man, to dry up the air in the house. So what did he do? He would fucking run the air conditioner for 30 minutes to dry up the air in the house, and then you weren't allowed to open the fucking windows. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for drying up the air in the oven. Thanks for changing the house from being a sauna to an airbake oven. Good stuff, Dad. I love living in a convection oven. Yeah, because you're roughly my age, and that's what people did. You kick it on about an hour before bed to dry up the air, but then you can't open the windows. So you're in a fucking sweat box. Because as the night goes on, the air outside is going to get cooler. Well, that's kind of, I shouldn't say that. Because sometimes you go to bed and it's warmer the next morning than it was the night before. Why is this guy now programmed to go down here? This guy is so annoying when he does this. If they change the community guidelines without notice or an email, is it binding? Yes. And here it's bullshit, but here's why. Because in the end user license agreement, it no doubt says that you will follow the community guidelines. So it's your responsibility to follow the community guidelines. Even if they don't tell you about the change in the community guidelines. Which I love European consumer protections. I am not against European consumer protections. I love them. In fact, I hope that when you guys pass harsher ones, that it's just easier for American companies to use your ideas in America. I'm actually shocked that that isn't something somebody has brought up before with your government. Like, hey, I signed this agreement and then they changed the community guidelines and I got banned and I didn't agree to the new community guidelines. Because the way it's written is that by virtue of using the product, you are always agreeing to the new guidelines. It's implied consent. And people, they don't like it, nor should you like it. Implied consent is bullshit. By virtue of entering the amusement park, you have agreed to all of the terms and conditions that are on your ticket. Itty bitty teeny tiny text are all the terms and conditions. Like, when we were teenagers, we used to go to Six Flags. And the rule, the rule at the park was, the decency rule is that girls could not just wear a bathing suit top. So, the girls I went with would wear like bathing suit tops and then like a light flannel over it. Well, one day it was really, really hot and they unbuttoned their flannels. And security walked up and said, you're going to need to button up your shirt or buy a t-shirt. You can't walk around like that. And I was, just a smartass. And I said, well, it says not just a bathing suit top on your front sign. And the guy was cool. The guy's like, yeah, we know what it says on the front. But in all that teeny tiny text, it specifically states what just a bathing suit top entails. Well, who the fuck stands there reading the teeny tiny text when they're 17 years old going into an amusement park? I read the sign, but I didn't read your teeny tiny text. Well, I should have. And luckily the girls just buttoned up their flannels, and then from that point on, when they went, they brought a light tank top with them instead of a flannel. That way, if they wanted to unbutton their flannel, they could just throw the tank top on and then tie the flannel around their waist. Don't ask. It was the fucking 90s. Girls wore flannels all the time. But only a specific flannel. The flannel they stole from their boyfriend. That'd be that specific one. Oh, that would make sense. He goes around the corner now in order to give people a chance to pick up the minigun instead of fixing the minigun. Yeah, the time before hoodies. Time before hoodies. We all wore flannels. I only wore a flannel because they were cheap. I wore a flannel, then I moved to hoodies. Now I'm back to flannels. But I don't go out of my house very often, so it doesn't really matter to me. I don't give a shit what people's opinion is. I did say this to you guys once, although it's a different group of people. I did notice how radically different I started getting treated once I got tattoos. And my tattoos, in my opinion, are tasteful. I mean, I just have tattoos on my inner forearms. But I noticed as soon as I had tattoos, I get looked at all the time. I'm like, nothing changed about me. I'm still the same person. But I noticed that people like glare at me. It's like, what, you want to see him? You want to see him, just ask. Why the fuck you glaring at me? So if I have to go somewhere, I like to have something with sleeves so people don't see them. And it's always amazing. That's what I think pisses me off most of all. A place that I get treated like shit one week, if I go back in and I'm wearing a flannel and I have my sleeves rolled down, same woman will treat me better. It's like, because the only thing that has changed is her ability to see my tats. Like, what the fuck's your problem, lady? I'm a coloring book. What do you want? Did you know that in some states a kid can get a tattoo as young as 16? I thought that was interesting. Not quite sure why that would be a good thing. Same in the Netherlands, but you need parental permission. Yeah. But in like my state, I can't get my kid tattooed in my state. They have to be 18. There's no debate, there's no discussion. They have got to be 18 to get a tat. No, I will say Europe. I like one of Europe's takes. One of Europe's takes is that Europe allows children to drink in accompaniment with their parents, and it becomes more socially acceptable earlier on in life. And I think that's a really good plan. I really do. And the reason why is, in America, we let kids get driver's licenses at 16, and they don't know the effect that alcohol is going to have on them. In Europe, the kids know the effect alcohol is going to have on them at a younger age. And they're not trying to drink to be cool. They're not trying to drink with their friends, you know, to be something. For them, they've already been exposed to alcohol. I've always thought that that was a much better way to do things. Let people know what the effect alcohol is going to have on them before they're behind the wheel of a car. See, that's why, like, with all things, man, we need to sit down and we need to look at the good and look at the bad. We need to look at the good. What is the good? What is the bad? What can we do better? What's being done bad? What could be done more better? What's terrible? What's smart? Like, we need to become a global society. We need to become a society where everybody looks at everything and says, like, for example, you can have the opinion that Mediterranean food is gross. You can have that opinion. I don't share it, but you can have that opinion. You think Mediterranean food is gross, then don't eat it, right? Real simple. Just do not eat it. That said, Mediterranean food is hard to come by in America in a lot of places because people are fucking racist. And when you're like, well, what does racism have to do with it? Because the average American, and I'm not even joking, the average American doesn't know the difference between a Greek and a Middle Easterner. And you're just like, this shit's unreal. And I wish I was joking. I really do. I wish I was joking. Look, man, their food is fucking amazing. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Me and my cousin got to test vodka at a very early age. We got to test getting tipsy, not drunk, but enough to feel it. Right, and that's what should happen. Because that way, your kid knows, like, I like a couple of the different traveling DUI training simulators. Excuse me while I finish this last bite of my breakfast. The DUI training simulator, you get in it and you do your driving test. And then you have to do it again, but with drunk goggles on. And it's great to see the kids completely crash the shit out of the training simulator, because the goggles help simulate delayed reaction time. Because it's hard to see, it's hard to gauge the distance. I really love the one where they're in the car and they're in an open parking lot and they're trying to go around a course they've already driven. And of course, the person in the side of the vehicle has a brake and a steering wheel they can take over. But it's amazing to me that we don't do more of that. With how many kids die every year in underage DUIs. But it's funny, we pass a law that says if you get an underage DUI, your driver's license is immediately suspended until you're 21. And then parents are like, I can't, my kid just made like one mistake. No, your kid just broke one law. Your kid should be going to jail. Instead, we're suspending a privilege. It's called a punishment. We're taking away a privilege. There's no law in Norway. Stores set that limit themselves. That's interesting. Stores probably don't want to deal with angry parents. You tattooed my kid! I'm suing you! Because you know how that would go. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, uh-oh, we didn't push him. We barely got him to the immune phase. Yeah, they fixed the statues, which was a good thing because that had become an annoyance. Having to spend, you know, an extra minute in that room. Yay! Got 3 more Astresium crates. Well, let's see. But no. As far as Once Human is going, I enjoy the game. It's rough. It's rough around the edges still. I'm hoping that they... Tier 2 union that decided it was age 18. Well, there you go. See, I respect what you're doing right now. I really do. You didn't have the answer to something, and you went and looked it up. That's the best way to do it. I don't have an answer to this question. Let me go find out. I'm hoping that... I was hoping that Chrono Odyssey was further along. Chrono Odyssey pushed to 2026. That kind of sucks. That was kind of disheartening, finding out that we won't be getting that in a launch state this year. ArcAge 2 is supposed to go into testing at the end of this year. And now that Cacao has... now that Cacao owns XL Games, I'm hoping that... I'm sorry, I shouldn't call it ArcAge 2. I should call it ArcAge Chronicles, because that's its official name. ArcAge Chronicles will probably be tested in the West, which will be good. But yeah, we've got no launches. We've got no launches coming. When was the last good MMORPG launch? And I don't even know. I personally thought Revelation Online was pretty good, but I wouldn't call it a good launch because the game came out and it was still in a foreign language. ArcAge, yeah, ArcAge is well, ArcAge's launch was pretty terrible. The game was good, but the launch was really, really bad. The launch was pretty lackluster. They lost themselves hundreds and thousands of players because they weren't able to quickly adapt to bringing new servers online. And that's where I think BioWare is the absolute best. Star Wars The Old Republic is the best example of how to set up for a launch. Let people pre-register on servers with their guilds, with their friends, so that if the server gets full while people are at work, they can still play with their guild and their friends. Without a doubt, smartest plan, period. I would like to see more companies do that. I would like to see more companies recognize that what drives people away from games is when just playing with their friends. Star Wars The Old Republic had a great launch, actually, because there wasn't a lot of nonsense involved with their launch. you got home from work that first day and you had a grayed out character on the server. If you had pre-registered, let me back that up a second. If you had registered with a guild, your guild leader had picked a server. And then what happened was they put like a grayed out character on your account so that when you got home and you clicked on that character, you went right into character creation, but you were on that server. I mean, we had friends that got on like 16 or 18 hours after launch and our server was full, but they had that grayed out character because they were considered part of the server, so they were considered part of the population before it got locked. Every game company needs to model that idea. That is probably the best idea I've ever seen. I've also said, yeah, that it's absolutely very good. I mean, there's no reason to not have that. Getting people linked in together is probably the most important part of a launch. So it shocks me when companies don't follow best practice. I mean, that was a huge problem with this. People just could not get linked up with their friends. And they ended up having to... Where the fuck did the elite go? They ended up having to make like 9 other systems to compensate people for why they were never allowed... For how they were never allowed to link up with their friends. Just how do you miss that? How is a game developer, do you not think to yourself, this has got to be a key crucial part of our game? The ability to play with your friends from day one. And then I realize it's not the game developers that don't recognize it, it's the damn suits. It's the corpos. The corpos don't recognize the importance of that issue. They're like, launch it now, but we've got stuff left to build. Don't care, launch it now. Like, wait, what? So that's like one big thing that's scary for me with Arcade. Other than the immune phase, you single mag the Theta boss with Memento. Well, it's not that they're neutering the game. It's let me ask you, were you on Pro or were you on Nightmare? I'm betting you were on Pro. They didn't neuter the game. You're just now geared for doing Nightmare. So, the game is going to get easier and easier and easier because you're set to do the absolute hardest content. Vendors reset in 6 hours and you spent all your links? Yeah. So that's another thing they need to fix in Once Human. I already got my first clear mod. So it makes no sense. First of all, having my weekly bonus be a level 3 Cortex is dumb. It's just dumb. You don't need to do the purification anymore. Once I've done this, since the mod quality that drops in these is the same, why would I grind myself through nightmares? I will grind myself through what's easy because I need bulk mods. I tried to roll a mod the other day and it didn't work, so now I need more mod fodder. Why would I want to go through the ass pain of nightmares when they don't give me anything more. But since I'm already gearing up to do that content, I can just steamroll the rest of this. And that's, I think, another thing they need to look at. How easy sauce not how easy sauce did we make the game, how easy sauce has the game become. Because you don't want to increase the difficulty of the lower content, because the difficulty for the lower content was tuned before people were sitting on all 17-point mods. But now that people are sitting on 17-point mods, what do you give those people to do? And it's back to the same old problem of people will always be able to absorb content faster than you make it. So what repeatable content do you do? RNG and mods I don't think is good repeatable content. I would rather, if you want to keep the mod system, instead of making it energy links to increase, let me build the mods that I want. And then instead of me sitting on 83,000 mod armor parts and 19,000 weapon mod armor parts, what they should have done, they should have made a mod system where instead of me randomly putting in, right, these mods, right, what the direction they should have gone was here's your mod. If you want to roll this stat, or if you want to put this stat in, it costs this many. If you want to put this stat in, it costs this many. Don't rely on RNG to keep people playing. Just create very high level daunting tasks and then have occasions where the price is lower. Like this mod, you created this mod this week. You can pick the 4 stats, but then to upgrade it costs, because this is now your 6th upgrade of the week, 7th upgrade of the week, 8th upgrade of the week. The cost goes higher and higher and higher. At some point, it's diminishing returns. Let me work on another mod or let me go do something else. Then when the week resets, my costs go down and I can see that improvement again. Well, the person's not going to stop doing content then. They're going to run content for a whole nother week so they can stockpile what they need. They just won't do the upgrade till next week. Get rid of the choom crates and the limit on choom per with the stairwell. Let me spend X choom to roll a specific stat. We have almost everything maxed out that takes choom. Might as well let us roll mods. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're not wrong. If you're going to water down the entire progression of blueprints, then let me do something with my leftover star crom after I have that. Like, I don't even know, what is it, another week and a half until they drop the next categories on the wish machine? After they drop the next set of categories on the wish machine, let me kill you guys so you don't look around the corner. Well, I'm in a different menu. So when they drop the next set of weapon blueprints, right? I only have 6 weapons left to take up to 6 star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have 6 weapons left to take up to 6 star. After the next categories, unless they release new weapons, it won't even be worth it for me to open the weapon categories anymore, except to stockpile blueprint fragments for when they release new weapons. This is the same problem as when you release new heroes, or like League of Legends or Heroes of the Storm. In Heroes of the Storm, you can buy them with in-game currency. Well, what you should do is you should have seasonal currency. This is going to be a 1-year season. We're going to release 4 heroes during this season. If you play a lot, you'll be able to buy all 4 heroes with that season's currency. At the end of that season, when you release 4 new heroes, you should release a new currency and allow you to take this top currency and convert it down in case somebody wants to buy something from a previous season. Because then people are playing. Right now, it seems like every game that I play is giving people incentives to not play. Stop giving incentives to not play the game. Like, I'd like to see people be given an incentive to actually play the game. What Rail is talking about is they put a limit on how much Star Crown we can earn each week. So instead of me having an incentive to play and clear all the content, I literally have a wall. Like, at 40, I can't go here for 2 days and 21 hours. So as soon as I unlock this, I'm done earning Star Crown for the week. Now I have 49,000, which means I can go in and I can buy some armor or weapon blueprints and make progress. Which I'm probably going to buy straight armor plans for what I'm working on leveling because it works. But what they're doing is they're saying you only need to dedicate this many hours a week. Now, I'm not saying have catch-up mechanics, have it easy, make it so that people who miss time can't catch up. Catch-up mechanics are great. Catch-up mechanics are amazing. You should always have them. Absolutely always have them. But what we have right now is not a catch-up mechanic, but a slowdown mechanic. And you should never have slowdown mechanics. You shouldn't have slowed down mechanics. You should have, you got to a certain point and you can't go any further until other people catch up. But it shouldn't be, we're only going to let you run a mile of the 3-mile race. And so you get to run the first mile, then you got to wait for everybody else to catch up. Then you run the second mile, let everybody catch up. Run the third mile, well, you're done. But yeah, when we talk about these Astresium crates, these Astresium crates are insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 465. I have 465 Astresium crates. I feel like catch-up mechanics have become overused. I used to play BDO a lot, but nowadays I don't even need to play because eventually the devs will give me the best gear in the game from events. No more grinding. Right, exactly. And that's where game developers, I don't know why they're not understanding. There's a column of hard friction, a column of soft friction, a column of no friction. Like, one of the things in ArcAge that I always thought was novel in the Korean version, because I played the Korean version before it came to America, was in the Korean version at launch to 0.9, you paid your taxes in gold. And because you paid your taxes in gold, it really had an impact on how many pieces of property you owned, because you needed to earn that much gold a week. And then what they did was they changed it so you paid your taxes with tax certificates that you made with labor. Well, the moment that they did that, alts became much easier to run, or much more enticing to run, because I could put 2 pieces of property on my main, and then I could put 2 pieces of property on my alt, and I could split the labor cost, and I didn't even have to pay for the alt because I could just leave the alt online on a second machine, and it earned it earned enough labor. And then I realized, well, I could actually put down 4 pieces of property. And then I realized if I put down 4 pieces of property, then I had enough land that my main could use all that land to make enough gold that I could buy patron for my alt, which doubled my amount of labor regen per day, which then let me go from having 4 pieces of property to 8 pieces of property. And now, because I have 8 pieces of property, it makes sense for me to have another alt that I keep logged on to earn labor to help me manage the 8 pieces of property. But now, because I have the 8 pieces of property, I'm sure you see where this is going. Now I can patron my other alt and have 4 more pieces of property. Well, then they wonder why there was no property for new players. Because everybody is busy holding all the property. It's not like it's a fucking surprise. It's not like it's a fucking secret.
It's called a staroid matrix. It comes from an original Stardust entity.
What they really should have done with Arcage is they should have looked at it and they should have said, instead of having more property, we're going to create more efficient properties. And they kind of did when they brought out the specialized thatched farmhouses and the blacksmithing house and the chemistry house and the trade pack house.
We'll have to remember to come back here and collect newly spawned stars.
They started to look at that. They said, how can we make this mo better? And they almost got there. And then the problem was, if you actually get there, you're not going to be making as much money. You say BDO. One of the things about BDO that always shocks me is that people were okay with no hard cap on levels. There's only a soft cap on levels in BDO. And I think having a soft cap on levels is amazing. And here's why. As long as the difference between level 55 and level 50 is small, meaningful, but small, you're literally getting people online to grind. And that's all they're doing is grinding. Because they want to be Ash. They want to be the very best. That's what they want. And they don't want anything else but to be the very best. And that's cool. Let them cook. Because what it's doing is it's keeping a healthy player base. If, and only if, you have it set up soft cap in BDO is now level 62, which just recently someone hit level 70, which was a huge deal. Right. Hope the stream as well. Don't want to interrupt, but when you can, what deviations should I be looking for from the event? Oh, that's a great question. I'll put the BDO discussion on pause. What you're looking for from the event, which I don't think I can... Oh, I can go to her right now. You're looking for filling in the blanks for whatever you don't already have. Right? So let me come over here. So what you want to do is you want to do the event and you want to wait until it drops something that you don't already have. Like I have a 5/5 Rebecca with Growing Pains 3. And I took this one yesterday. A 5/4 Shattered Maiden with Growing Pains 3. I won't really pick up anything until when I run out of tickets, and I don't think I can get any more tickets. I have the last that I'm allowed to have. I'll probably take this 5/4 Atomic Snail. I'll probably take this 5/5 Space Tuner just because I don't have a 5/5. I'll probably take the 5/4 disco ball, probably take the 5/4 orb lightning, because I'm just looking at taking 5 over somethings that I don't already have. Like, I'm not going to take a 5/5 logging beaver with feeling blue 2 because I don't need that. Right? Not going to take a 5/2, not going to take a 5/1. Not going to take a 3/5 cat, I already have better. Not going to take a 3/5 Chephosaurus, I already have better. So, it's really about looking at the event. I should have a few 5s in the lightning ball. Oh, okay. Well, if you already have... I mean, I'll take it if I don't get anything better. I still have 8 draws to claim. So, I will only take stuff that fills in the gaps for what I need. I haven't seen anything great out of the event other than that Rebecca. And that Rebecca is a fucking, like... The Rebecca that I got is a fucking win and a half. That means I don't have to sit there and farm that bullshit. I clipped to the edge. Oh my god. Get back to Earth. Like, I was so stoked when that happened. A 5/5 Growing Pains 3. I was completely stoked for that. That saves me so much ass pain. Especially since it's 5/5 Growing Pains 3. If it was the other one, I wouldn't have been as excited. But you want to give me that? I'm happy with that. That's a good time. The 5/4 Shattered Maiden, since the Shattered Maiden isn't easily farmable. I mean, she is because you can farm the refinery, but that's still a long cycle every time. So I was like, yes, this is excellent. Why can't they give me a 5/4? Why can't they give me a 5/4 instead of a 4/5? Why do I have to not get the 5 skill rating? Jerks. I will be right back. Alrighty. You are welcome. Levels don't really mean much anyway. You might hit higher level mobs easier with more accuracy because of your level versus the mob level, which is not an advantage. Or it is an advantage, but not really huge. Most of the content they added lately in BDO is fixed. I don't really like soft caps because veterans will eventually start demanding content that is more difficult for them as they get to higher and higher levels. On one hand, you want to keep them playing, but on the other hand, it's generally a waste to make content for the 1%. I disagree with you. Here's why. 1%, if you're 100% sure that it's only 1%, then yes, I would say making content for only 1% of the people is bad. If it's 5% of the people, which is what I think is really a more realistic number, making content for the 5%ers is kind of smart. Because what it does is it, number one, retains that population. And number two, it gives other people content to strive for. Which I think is very important. You want to have why do people do this shit? You want to have that content that is just a little too hard for the average player to do, so they stick with your game and do whatever the loop is to get a little bit better. If there's no, and this is where, and again, I'm not a WoW player. I was never, Mythic Dungeons didn't exist when I played WoW. My understanding of WoW was that for a while, people had to strive to do Mythic Dungeons. And then as time went on, Mythic Dungeons became easy. And then there were different levels of Mythic Dungeons, and then it became a lot of people are doing this hardest level content. Making content for the 5% of the really good at the game is good. Making content for the 1% whom always pushing the boundaries, yeah. Making content for the 1% is bad. Just makes a lot of content entirely inaccessible unless you play for years. Exactly. You don't want to make content for the 1%ers. Because the 1%ers, you shouldn't make content for. You should make achievements for. If you're a 5-person party game, then you should make achievements where they clear the content with 4 people. Because if you're setting your standards like that, you're ultimately striving for something that is an actual accomplishment, which I think is good. 5-person content, clear it with 4. Wow, that's going to be difficult. Now you got to do the mechanics perfectly. Instead of making harder and harder content, because let's be honest, the majority of content isn't harder and harder and harder. The majority of content just becomes Dance Dance Revolution. Simon Says, follow the leader. It's just about mastering the mechanics. Like, there's nothing inherently difficult about most boss fights. It's just learning them and memorizing them. My backpack is full. Oh, that's right. 3-4, 4-3, 4-3, 3-3, 4-5. I'll keep you. Don't need you. Don't need you. 4-4, 3-2, 1-5. 3-2, don't need any of you. 3-3, don't need you, don't need you. Yeah, the one button rotation thing is stupid. For the vast majority, it becomes annoying when there are 20 different AoE attacks that you need to memorize a pattern of. Right. And back in the day where that was the best that we could come up with for content, it was fine, but at the end of the day, if you think about it, MMORPGs are always going to be simple. Because they can either be simple or they can be AI, machine learning. And if they're machine learning, you'll eventually not be able to beat them. They're meant to be a distraction. You can make them difficult. You can make them have high bars of success. You can do all that. And that's fine. But I don't think people are playing MMOs the way they were playing MMOs in the past. I think a lot of the old school, the old guard, the old regime have retired out of gaming. And now you need to look at, and as much as I don't want to think this way, I have to think like a business would think. Are you going to keep making old school MMOs if there's the population of old school gamers is smaller and smaller and smaller? Which is why I think games like Pantheon and Ashes of Creation are going to flop and they're going to fail. Because you're either trying to be too old school or you're trying to be too innovative. And you're not, who are you making the game for? Most of your MMO friends are playing survival games now. Survival games scratch a certain itch that people have. And that itch that people have is they want to have an impactful influence on the world. People, and this is understanding your client. This is understanding your client base. You have to understand your client base. People want to feel, right? Yeah, in a PvE world with 5 to 10 friends, right? Because the average person doesn't want to deal with total douche canoe strangers. They want to just have their group of friends, their private server, so that they can get on and have fun. Dealing with people, because there is a group of people, that like to troll for their own personal enjoyment, and they just ruin it for everybody. More and more gamers don't want to deal with that. More and more gamers don't want to, I'm sorry, and I'll say it, and if you are offended by it, I'm sorry you're offended. Older gamers don't want to treat their fucking video game time as babysitting time. They simply don't want to deal with immature people. Immature people aren't the problem though, because they're playing games for what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be relaxing. They're supposed to be diversions. They're supposed to be fun. Now, some people laugh at trolls and they get enjoyment out of troll behavior. Excuse me. Out of troll behavior. that's a problem, because then it encourages people to be trolls, and trolls are disruptive, and everybody likes laughing at the troll until the troll is impacting them, and then they're mad about it. Well, you should be mad about the troll before they're impacting you personally. You should be mad about, you should fucking shut the troll down before they become a nuisance. If you want people to interact, you need to limit the scope of how much an unfriendly player can mess you up. Yes, exactly. You should be hired right now. I'm not joking. I'm not being funny. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being sarcastic. You should be hired right now at a game studio to literally sit in every meeting they ever have and just keep repeating the same thing. Hey, it seems like you're driving player interaction there. How are you going to limit how an unfriendly player can influence you? Like, for example, I think ArcAge came up with a great idea, and that great idea was the commission board. I go to the commission board, I load my mats into it. A crafter comes up to the board and says, I'll fulfill that commission, I'll fulfill that commission, I'll fulfill that commission. They never actually touch my mats. It's all an escrow system where the system holds on to my mats. The crafter looks at the price, agrees to do the work, but never touches my mats. And some people are like, well, if you take scamming out of the game, you shut the fuck up. If you take scamming out of the game, you have removed no meaningful content. You have removed an awful lot of unmeaningful content. If you take scamming out of the game, then what you do is you take an awful lot of driver to have alts out of the game. Because what I can now do is I can safely go to a board, I can load it in, I can put my mats in, I can get the item I need, right? And some people will say, well, it would be better if you made friends with somebody, and it would be better, yes, and I'm not gonna, you're 100% correct, you're 1,000,000% correct. It would be better. It would also be better if we had never gotten to this iteration of how gaming is. So before we try to say, let's get to where we make friends, let's take a baby step towards preparing for that. Let's put the escrow system in. Let's allow people to get the shit they need made without running the risk oh shit, he had grabbed me. Without running the risk of losing everything. And then from there, we can, we can talk about what the next step is and what the step after that is. But where we're at right now, some people are mad. They're like, oh, these people with all this disposable time, they make alts and they never engage with the rest of the population. Yeah, they make alts so they never have to engage in the rest of the population because someone scammed them once. So they don't give a shit. They'll just make alts. And they're okay with making alts. Because then they know they can take care of all of their friends. But then that other single player blacksmith never gets contacted. We need, if game companies are going to be serious about making the games interact with each other, they need to build it. Like, to use Once Human, for example, they just put in 3 new classes. They put in Gardener, Chef, and Beastmaster. And what they basically did was create a system where it makes a lot of sense for you to make alts. It just makes a lot more sense for you to have alts. Having a crafting friend can be fun, just like in real life, your friends can't afford to be online all the time. You can't encourage player interaction to the point where people can't afford to put in the time to play it. Balance and respect for time. Being respectful of player time is absolutely amazing. Which is why, and I'm not shitting on Ashes of Creation, but Ashes of Creation is going to flop on its face. Because Ashes of Creation clearly didn't have a person in the development process looking at Steven and saying, you're being unrealistic with your with your views because you're a retired rich dude who doesn't have to have a 9-to-5 job. And I mean every ounce of that. My perspectives now that I'm retired are radically different than my perspectives when I was active duty and I might get 90 minutes to play. Right? When I was MMOing as a dad of 3 with a special needs infant, I went to work all day. Right? I went to work all day. I got home, changed, worked out, went for my run, got home, shower, cooked dinner, washed the dishes, sat down with the kids, make sure homework was done, talked to my kids, spent time with my kids, parent time, and then at the time, the ages of my kids, 7:30 was you're off to showers and bed and independent reading and all of that. And then 7:35 to about 9:30 was when I got the game. But then I heard that a game is going to do their prime time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, then who's your game for? Your prime time is going to start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Who the fuck is available to play at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? College students, unemployed people, people without careers, people with Joe jobs. And if that's your target audience, that's fine. That can be your target audience. But if that's how you're developing your game, who your target audience isn't, is career-minded people. And that's why you always need that person who says, yeah, but. It's like when I do CPI events at companies, I always tell the champion, and the champion is whoever hires me, usually the owner of the company. I always tell the champion, you have to pick a person. You have to pick a person who is your yeah but guy. And your yeah but guy is the person that you trust enough to give 2 yeah buts to. And what a yeah but is that person gets to challenge everything. If you're trying to do something, that person gets to say yeah but. We're gonna run this special event, and we're gonna have it coincide with Super Bowl Sunday. Or, I'm sorry, back that up a second. We're gonna have this big event, and it's gonna be on Sunday. Of this Sunday in the month of February. Yeah, but boss, that's Super Bowl Sunday. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. I think it's the right time to do it. I understand that it's Super Bowl Sunday. All these other reasons. And then the guy says, yeah, but football fans are not going to come shopping that day. They're going to be at home watching the Super Bowl. So you're literally running an event that is going to cost us a bunch of money, and we're not going to see a return on investment from it. And then if the boss decides to go through with the plan, the boss forfeits the right to say, well, why didn't somebody tell me? I did tell you. I told you twice. I yeah butted you twice. You didn't listen. So stop blaming everybody else except for yourself. You made that call. You own that shit. Also, I'd like to point out to people, not trying to be a dick, keep your personal shit to yourself in video game chats. This guy's talking about, and it doesn't surprise me that it's this fucking guy. Hey, Rail, horrible gamer is going on and on and on about in fucking world chat now about how his brother died. If you're gonna bring your personal fucked up shit into game, get a therapist. Like, you talked about you don't want to have other people like impact your life while you're playing. Nobody gives a shit. And I'm sorry if this sounds cold and sardonic. Nobody gives a shit about your brother being dead in fucking game chat. That's a conversation you should be having in Discord with people who care about you, or people who actually care about your situation. But it makes a whole lot of sense now why this guy is just such a fucking douchebag to everybody. This guy is just a douchebag all the time. Him and his friends hate brigaded on my hive mate because we literally said people aren't deleting your shit at the Prime Wars because they don't like you. They're deleting it because you build like shit. And he reported my hive mate. We weren't even fucking there. We didn't even fucking go there. We just gave you a fucking opinion. But you're that mad. You're that angry about everything. Like, why are you so fucking mad? Sometimes you just have to look at the situation and say, how did we end up here? Which I would love to see. I would love to see a game model itself off of the intricacies of EVE Online, which I thought Ashes of Creation was going to be. I thought Ashes of Creation was going to kind of be like EVE Online. It's not going to be. I really did hope. I really had hope for Ashes of Creation changing the genre. I thought that between your guild wars and your node wars and your social organizations, that there would be different levels of soft player friction, hard player friction, individual friction. I thought that they were moving in the right direction. Now the things that are coming out, if Ashes of Creation launches at all, I'll be shocked. If Pantheon launches at all, I'll be shocked. Chronicles of Illyria is never going to launch. Camelot Unchained isn't going to launch. These games just... I don't think they spend enough time thinking about what are we building and who are we building it for. Like... a game with 18 complicated systems that now each month as you do your live development updates, we're getting closer and closer to finding out that you can't build what you said you were going to build. You should have just gone with tap target. You could have done that. You don't have the engineering team to do action. You said that you were going to have 12-to-1 draw calls that made performance better. You said that you were going to... Then you decided that you were going to do dynamic gridding. And then we find out that due to nodes... Due to problems with the node layout, now that you can't do what you wanted to, you're going to change the node system. But then why'd you have to change the node system if you're doing dynamic gridding? Like... Yes, if you're going to say, well, we didn't think that the layout of the nodes was going to be fair because it was going to change. Yeah, that's how castles work. That's how strongholds work. Some are built better than others. So, if in that case, let the players build the walls. Like, let players have control. You have a sneaking feeling that Chrono is going to come back big. The fact that they got this close to launch and said full stop, let's fix this shit. Oh yeah, the very fact that Chrono Odyssey got this close to launch and then they said, you know what, stop. We're going to fix it. That's a huge testament to Chrono Studio. That's amazing because what they've said is we care about getting it right more than we care about just launching and making money. Now again, Chrono Odyssey isn't like my jam because it's action combat. So you saw my review is an honest review from a guy who sucks at action combat. That's actually what I titled my video. Because I didn't want people saying, well, you're dogging on the combat. I sucked at the action combat. By the end of the third day, I was getting pretty good. And if it tests again, and they let us test Mage, I will absolutely test it again. Right? I will absolutely do that. With that said, I'm never going to be the person that tries to say action combat should change this way, because I'll be like, look, I don't have an opinion on the action combat, because I shouldn't have an opinion on the action combat, because the I'm not an action combat guy. You bring in tab combat, oh, I'll give you your waterfall stats, I'll give you 900 different. Why is this fucking started? Somebody started this and they didn't build anything. I wish it would tell you who started it. But no, I think Chrono Odyssey going and saying, not only is the game not coming out this year, we don't even know if the other beta is going to be this year. What that means is they took all of that feedback and they're going to fix it, which is great. That's what companies need to do. Now, where I think companies really, really, really need to change is they need to stop getting to beta, and I'm going to use alpha and beta as their actual names and not the marketing names. You need to stop waiting until beta to give it to the players to get some feedback. Find content creators, not the biggest ones, although Asmongold should be invited for a different reason, but find content creators that you like their style, you like how they do things, and then invite them to be part of your alpha testing program. And I know what some people are going to say. They're going to say, well, content creators aren't better judges of games than I am. You're right, they're not. But a good content creator doesn't just represent themselves. They represent all the people in their community. They represent all the sides. My community is primarily tab target players, but I have a lot of action players. I'm primarily tab target, not all tab target. Most of my community is willing to go to action combat if the game is good. That's their look, man. I can deal with the combat being either way, but all the other support systems have to be good. If all the other support systems aren't great, then fuck it, I want tab. And this is, remember I said earlier in the show that people just want to argue. Like, look, I'd love for them to say if they could just go out into the public and pick a random 1,000 people. But a random 1,000 people don't have a vested interest in giving good feedback. 1,000 content creators have a vested interest in giving good feedback. And that's just how it is. I wish it wasn't that way, but that's how it is. So you go out, you solicit for content creators, you go through, and what you do is you ask them, you ask the content creators, be like, look, we're going to ask one simple thing for you. You want to be part of our content creator program? We want you to make one 3-minute video. We want you to make one 3-minute video. We're going to give you something. We're going to give you a little module or whatever to test. And it's under NDA. We want you to make one 3-minute video about feedback. If you want the free marketing from content creators, you got to make something worth watching. Exactly. And if you want to make something worth watching, then you need to make it watchable. And what I mean by making it watchable is the top names in content creation. Summit, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, Asmongold, Ninja, Animunition, Lazy Peon, PewDiePie, all those people, they don't need to make another piece of content ever in their entire life. They are their own brand. They don't want to be in a content creator program. What they want is they want to be able to stream your game and make money while streaming your game. What they're not looking for is sure, some of them want the affiliate money. Granted, some of them want, you know, the partnership, the exclusive interviews, because they know they're going to make money on that. But they just want your game to be good enough that they can play it, they can enjoy it while still continuing to engage with the bulk of their audience and ideally increase the size of their audience. They want to increase their following, and they want your game to be good enough that they can increase their following. But that's not the person whose opinion you give a shit about. And here's why. Asmongold seemingly liked Final Fantasy XIV. He seemed to be enjoying the game, but he stopped playing it because of ignorant-ass Final Fantasy XIV players who were harassing him, blocking his screen, just being general douchebags. And yet, Asmongold is directly responsible for increasing the active population base of Final Fantasy XIV by 1 million players. Now, it could be correlation. It absolutely could, and I know the difference between correlation and causation, so I'm saying it absolutely could be just be correlation. But it seems a little odd to me that during a time period that Square Enix was doing absolutely nothing that would gain them 1 million active players, and the only thing that had changed, the only new variable, was Asmongold covering the game, which then led multiple other content creators to cover the game. I'm going to say it seems a little odd to me that we don't want to give Asmongold the props that his covering Final Fantasy XIV led to 1 million player increase. It's not like he started covering it right when a new expansion pack came out. It's not like he started covering it when a new when a new dev letter came out. It's not like there was any other event that was going on. It was quite literally he started covering the game and the active population went up by 1 million. That's a good thing. But then you need to have content creators in place. When he decides to stop playing the game, you have to have a whole crop of other content creators who can step in and say, you know what? Let's take a look at that. You know what? Let's dissect that. You know what? Let's pick up where he left off. And that's why when you're a game company and you want to get good alpha testers, you should be going after content creators. You should be building that symbiotic relationship with them. What you should be doing is saying, we're going to give you access to a small testing module. We want you to make a 3-minute video and submit it to us. And only to us. It's under NDA. You can't submit it anywhere else. You can't publish it. You can't do anything with it. But what we want to do is we want to see the kind of content you're going to make. So make your 3-minute submission be representational of what you're going to make. And then that company needs to look at it and say, yep, that's what we're looking for out of our content creators. We want this guy, this girl, this guy, this girl, this girl, this girl, this girl, this guy, this guy, this guy. And then say thank you to everybody else. We're not extending an invitation to our content creator program to you, but thank you for all your feedback. And then you work with that group of people that you curate and you say, hey, you're going to be some of our private alpha testers if you're interested. It's going to all be under NDA. But then you give them all the opportunity. You look at what you're working with and you say, all right, we want you to make a piece of content and this is the date we want you to release it. You can't release it early. You have to release it on this date. We want you to make a piece of content and this is the date you can release it. And then you set up, instead of the company doing this commercialized marketing drop where they're dropping a new video teaser every day or every other day, what you're doing is you have 10 content creators that you've reached out to and asked them to make a particular piece of content. On day 1, this piece of content you've said to drop. They drop it, you push it out on your social media. Day 2, you push that on your social media. Now, what it looks like is that these content creators, you've curated them, you've asked them to make a specific piece of content. Like, shit. Hey, Jay, we want you to make a piece of content about the 5 things we need to fix. I tried to get into Final Fantasy, but the main story where you started before the expansion is so boring with a bunch of fetch quests. People kept saying the expansion stories are amazing, but I can't be bothered to slog through so many hours just rushing through the main story to get there. No, you're absolutely right. And that is something they went through and they fixed. They streamlined the core game as much as they could. But they ran into the problem of it's really, really difficult to get people to want to slog through hundreds of hours of game content just to get to where the game gets good. Final Fantasy XIV is absolutely a walking, talking example of when the game gets good. I don't want to play a game for 4 weeks to get to end game where the game gets good. I want the game to be good from day one. That's where I thought Chrono Odyssey was really solid. I thought the leveling experience in Guild Wars 2 was pretty great. Didn't know what to do with myself at max level though. Yeah, and I'll agree with you there. I think the vignettes, the story quest vignettes in Guild Wars 2 are very good. The problem is you're missing the plastic thing at the top of the 6-pack that kind of holds it all together. Like, each individual part of Guild Wars 2 is really good. Just like each individual part of ESO is really good. I like ESO. I genuinely do. I don't have much negative to say about it. Guild Wars 2 is great. I found it a lot more enjoyable than Final Fantasy XIV and ESO. Yeah, absolutely. And that's where I've always said, this is something that people fight me on. It would be great if a game took years to get to max level. It would be great if you got through, if you got through to about level 5, so that you get that immediate, like, character development piece. And then if the game slowed down. It would be great if there were, like, world events that in the so let's say it's Saturday and a world event starts today, and you play through the content up to a certain point, and then you don't know the outcome of it. And what would be interesting is that, say you want to do an invasion. Well, invasions are very rarely done in MMOs, because if you, like, I saw Helldivers 2 had like an invasion scenario where everybody held on and held the last city. which prevented the story from progressing because they held the last city, which I think is amazing, right? Imagine doing an invasion quest where every 2 hours you could jump into the bubble and you could jump into it one time. And then, so say we do it for 5 days. Well, let's say 7 days. Because we want to make sure that everybody has a week to get on and do the content. So what we'll do is, because we're going to do it for 7 days, we'll only do it every 4 hours. So 42 times in a week, there's this invasion quest. And you jump in it. If more than half of them are wins, you win the invasion quest, and then the whole server goes in a certain direction. If you don't have 50% wins, then you have a matrix that looks at how of your losses do we exclude any of the losses. Were there any 0% participation? Were there any less than 25? Like, so you don't want, if everybody has already done it and they can only go in once, then you don't want to have people penalized because there was nobody left to go in. You don't want that. So, you know, you take a look at it. Imagine if invasion scenarios were actually valid. Imagine if you you failed an invasion scenario and you all became slaves. I think there would be a ton of hilarity in that. As you said, content leveling is too rushed. Slow the journey as far as max level, but don't slow available content. You're right. And player friction is so important. Have player versus player content. Allow players to make content. Have towns, have castles. We find ourselves confined to only one social grouping. Like, we're like, oh, my guild, or my alliance, or my corporation, or my whatever. What if we had multiple levels of that? What if you had a faction that was a military-based faction? So that faction had platoons and companies and battalions. And that was a more structured theme park social organization. You're a member of that faction. So you don't have freedom to go venture out in the world. You have a requirement to do X number of quests a day, X number of quests a week. And if you do, you get promoted. And if you don't, you get demoted. Those individuals don't have to buy ammo. They don't have to buy med kits. They get issued X number of ammo and X number of med kits for every quest they do. That creates a very theme park loop for them. But then as they go out into the world, they start to meet other players who aren't restricted like that. Maybe they leave their organization. Maybe they don't. Maybe they, maybe there's a lot of maybes. You have another group of people that are mercenaries. They don't get free ammo. They don't get free, they don't get paid. They don't get free med packs. But what happens is they set up quests, they put up markers, they go do these things. You have a responsive world. I would love to see a game push the envelope that way. I would love for a game to stop telling me that they need me to go kill 10 rabbits in a field. Do you know how fucking boring after 25 years of MMOing, go kill 10 rabbits in a field is? Kill your own fucking rabbits, son. Kill your own rabbits. Now, go kill all the mutated rabbits that are killing the entire town's population. Now you fucking got it. Now you got something I'm interested in doing. We have to be on a server filled with trolls. People just keep starting the Prime Wars without bringing any of the bios that they need and without bringing any of the reds. That's why, again, somebody brought up earlier that comment of how much can trolley players impact you. I know these guys were building out this section to actually try it, but then somebody started it, and so all the work they built is going to be destroyed. Well, yeah, it's already, look at that. It's already trashed 3/4 of the building. Yeah, back to what I was saying though. Have consequences if, so instead of having a quest that everybody that comes into town gets the same quest, go kill these 10 rabbits, have it where there's one of 15 things that can be going on at the town at any given time. And let's not say one of 15, let's go full Monty. One of 60 things can be happening out of town at any given time. And then inside of those 60 things, you might have being overrun by rabbits, being overrun by wolves, being overrun by sheep, being overrun by a lot of different things. So you could so you could have a lot of flavor, different flavor. But if you don't address the thing, then there's negative consequences for the town, including, right, the town going away. I think one of the most brilliant things we could do in gaming would be to give each character currency, right, for a lot of different things. You ever notice that in tabletop, when people want to form a guild, it's never one person can form a guild? The rules for forming guilds in most tabletop games require multiple players. We'll do that. And then, so one of the things I thought about is, at every level you level, every level you level, for every level you obtain, you get a currency page. And I'm not talking about expendable currency. We don't want multiple of those. But here's your storyteller points, and here's your guild points, and here's your platoon points, and here's your, you know, your social organization points. So your family points, and so on and so on. So you decide to make a guild. So what you do is, you're level 30 and you have 10 guild points. And so you say, hey guys, I'm level 30, I'm thinking about starting a guild. Who else wants to be part of a guild? And you get the other 4 people together, and it tells you how many guild points you have total. So then you form the guild, and then you start saying, well, where are we going to put our guild points? And then imagine there were things you could only buy at the guild's creation. And then, if you leave the guild, because the first 5 people are all considered guild masters, you leave the guild, you take your points with you. Maybe you get half your points with you. Maybe you get none of your points with you, but the guild loses all of the points because you've left, and then you have to do stuff to re-earn those points if you want to form another guild. I think we could be doing so much more with video games. I think we could be doing so much more. Oh, see, my stellar stairway is complete now. Give me my 6,000. That's it. I'm done for 2 days. No point in playing. I'm not making any progress now, so I should just quit, right? We could be doing so much more. So much more in video games. But it would require game companies to stop listening to the people with 4 brain cells. I'm gonna be able to get to max level in 2 days and then shit on people because I'm a ganker and I don't want any meaningful PvP and I don't want there to be any consequences for my actions. I want it to be like Arcade where I can run around and shit on people and then I can go pirate, but because I did an exploit, I can immediately go back to the mainland in like 1 day of purging infamy. Yeah, you know what? How about no? How about you want to run around and be a ganking jackoff? Well, then you get to join the Pirate Nation. And you're going to be there for like a year, because it's going to take about a year for you to, you know, do enough quests to buy off. And then during that time, everywhere you go, every town, like they're going to let you in some towns, but they're going to charge you asshole tax. They're going to charge you asshole tax. Oh, you want to buy a potion? That 50 gold potion is, or that 50 silver potion? Yeah, that costs you 5 gold. Why? Asshole tax. This is just funny to me. All these people here don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't care. It's just fucking ammo to me. Yeah, that's done. I cannot fathom the idea that people just like to troll this much. Like the people who sit on mailboxes and WoW. Yeah, and you know what the simple solution to that is? I've talked to many game developers, and many game developers have said that is a simple solution to fix. And I don't remember exactly the way they said to do it, but you can interact with the mailbox within 2 meters, but you can only stand within the mailbox of 1 meter. Revelation Online had the absolute best way to handle that, and the way they handled it was when you got into town, you hit F11, it made all the other characters disappear. That was such a brilliant, elegant way to deal with the people who like to stand on vendors. You walk into town, hit F11, all the other people disappear. It deals with player collision. It deals with people standing in doorways. Like, you shouldn't ever need to deal with trolley bitches. I think this is why a lot of people get upset when game developers allow you to have a mailbox at your personal property. People are like, there shouldn't be personal property because it takes away from the communal spirit of... Shut the fuck up. The communal spirit of what? You're upset because a person can go to a place that's not filled with a bunch of people? People don't talk in local chat. Yeah, because by the time I get done banning everybody in local chat, right? I don't want to hear what most people have to say. Like that guy earlier talking about his dead brother. Motherfucker, I don't... Honestly, all that's going to do is make me feel that your dead brother stepped off of a fucking catwalk to get the fuck away from you. And like I told the guy earlier who was trying to fucking be condescending and pick a fight with me, like, today's not the day, motherfucker. It's my day off. I told you what you did was wrong. We're gonna move on from it. Don't play the asshole game with me. I'm not proud of the fact that I'm an asshole. I just understand that I am. This guy who's just a total fucking douchebag in-game all the time to everybody. He wants to talk about how his brother died in a horrible accident at a job site. I am the fucking person who will say, no, your brother didn't die in an accident. Having a brother like you, he stepped off the catwalk and plummeted to his death on purpose. Like, I don't give a fuck if I hurt your feelings. No, it's not Horrible Gamer and his guild that's doing the building. It's the other person doing the building. It's not Horrible Gamer that's trying to get this stuff done. He's a total failure. All he did was fucking scream at everybody the other day, and he didn't get done what he was trying to get done. It's because he would get lost leading himself out of a wet paper bag. I don't know why you tried to lead anything with the name of Horrible Gamer. But yeah, he is a douchebag. But no, we could have so much better in games. We could have so much better. I would love to see a game company make a game where their goal was their goal from day one was said and outright, we're making a game. We know who our target audience is. And if you don't think this is the game for you, then that should let you know really easily that you aren't who we consider our target audience. I would love for a game company to do that. You're not our target audience. We're not really concerned about your opinion. Well, why's that? I'm your customer. Nope, you're not the customer that we want. You're not who we consider to be our target audience. Imagine that. People getting all pissed. People getting all mad. What do you mean I'm not your target audience? Yeah, we don't want you. You're not who we're looking for. I also have and now that I'm not feeling better, but now that I got more of my stuff done, I want to kind of map out some ideas that I have. They'll never go anywhere, but I'll still map them out. I would love to see magic in video games changed. I don't think you should learn spells automatically. I don't think there should be a trainer that's teaching you. Like, this trainer just sitting in Undercity is teaching you level 50 magic. No, earning level 50 magic should be like a quest. It should be something that you have to go and do. Something that you have to go and actually invest your time in. Like, at level, like, think about tabletop. At level 15, which we're saying level 15 as in max level. At max level, your spells level cities. So why is a guy who has the ability to level cities, because he has to have that ability to teach you the spell, why is he just teaching you that shit for a couple of coin? That should be, no joke, that should be like a monumental quest. Oh, you want Fireball level 15? Yeah. There's a guy who lives in the basin of a volcano. He might be willing to teach you that shit. Like, oh, you're a swordsman? We're gonna teach you backstab, slit their throat, all these other things? Nah, you gotta go find Flatnose, the gnome rogue. We don't know where he is. He ventures around the game a lot. He's on a walkabout. You know, give people, like, that's the level of solo content that you could do that would make people like, oh, that's cool. I don't think magic should be locked to classes. You should have an affinity for some things, but if you want to bust your ass to learn X spell, let them. I agree with you. You can build an entire game system around that idea. And the way you build your entire game system around that idea, right, is instead of giving people mana, instead of giving people a big energy pool, give people spell slots. And then the magic-based classes get more spell slots. And the non-magic-based classes have to sacrifice something to get a spell slot. Just like I think you could put psionics into games, but psionics should impact how many other abilities you have. Yeah, you have this badass ability to summon a telekinetic sword. But because you did that, you can only have two artisan classes instead of one. Well, what if I want to be a full artisan? Well, then you can't do what you're doing. Oh my god, your choice has to have meaning. Your choice has to have impact. You have to actually make choices. Well, all that's doing is driving people to have alts. Okay, but we're going to make sure that our game isn't, that our game doesn't reward having alts. If you want to divide your playtime between 3 characters, go ahead and do that. Because being a crafter in a game should have meaning too. Final Fantasy XIV, before A Realm Reborn, being a botanist, I was a level whatever botanist. I started the game as a botanist. I was able to do things other botanists weren't able to do because that was my primary thing I did in the game was be a botanist, which I thought was awesome. And that's what we need more of in games. Like, instead of... Like, you have a castle defense. Instead of going to a vendor that you buy a trebuchet from, you have to have a blacksmith who's making the parts. That's one thing I thought Ashes of Creation was also going to get right. We're going into a siege. We can have a maximum of 15 siege engines. But we can only have a maximum of 15 siege engines if all the blacksmiths in the town are giving things to the node, so that then when it comes time to make those things, they're in the node. I thought that was a great plan. I thought that was awesome. So if your town is full of a bunch of ganking assholes who pick on merchants and artisans, and nobody lives there, right? Now people will say, oh, well, other people just make alts. That's fine. But if you're doing your development meaningfully, then making alts doesn't matter because you have to play them like characters to unlock everything. So this whole people will just make alts, that's not an automatic win for why you don't try. For why you don't try to make changes. Like, alts, what they've done with Once Human is they've basically created the have alts. I'm a chef. But in order to make the best dishes, I have to have for example, I have to have grafted plants. Well, I can't do my own grafting. So I need a source of grafted plants. Well, what makes more sense in this situation? For me to find people willing to make me what I need, or make what I need myself. And the truth is, it makes a lot more sense for me to make an alt. Yeah, you can graft me whatever. I'm fortunate enough to have a hive mate who does gardening. I'm fortunate enough to do that. But since the game existed for so long as basically a solo player game, now what makes more sense? For me to do that, or for me to make an alt and then do my own grafting, and then me make another alt and do my own beast mastering. And since I don't have to do any character development to unlock those things, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll be right back. You need an alt as a Beastmaster. Yeah, and that's where I don't like when games start developing to a point where you feel like you need an alt. You should never feel like you need an alt in games. It should never come down to that. As I started playing around with the system, I think what they built was really, really good. But I think they need to go about doing it way differently. It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt, and I think they can refine it. But I don't think, I don't believe that the way they went about it was the best way they could have. What they should have done is they should have said, I did Sigma. How did I not get credit for Sigma? But if they would raise the base limit from 6 to 12, you could do it all in one. Yeah, and that's another problem. I don't think they've recognized that they need to make some changes. But of course, anytime you bring something up, right? You try to bring something up and haters will automatically try to shut you down. I can't believe you're trying to kill the soul of the game. I'm not trying to kill the soul of the game. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give feedback to where something is bad. Oh, you just hate the game. Why is that always the immediate like go-to? It's like, and then the developers see it and they're like, oh well, we better not make any changes because people seem pretty heated about this. What do you mean? What are you talking about? People seem heated about it. Which one was I trying to... I had one that was for Sigma. Okay. That's for EX1. Oh, maybe I already had it done and it just... Yeah, I must have had it done already. Oh yeah, clear it on Pro one time, it's done. That's the other one I had to do. I saw something about... I did that. Hit Manibus's weak spot. Let's go find Manibus. These are the same people that have never come to terms with being told no. Well, yeah, that... Unfortunately, we live in that world. We live in a world of people that have never come to terms with being told no. And it sucks. Right? It really does. They don't get it. You're being told no. The answer is no. I taught my kids from an early time. I taught my students from an early time. I taught my enlisted from an early time. No is a complete sentence. My boss tells me no. My commander tells me no. He doesn't owe me an explanation for why. The answer is just no. Boss, can we do this? No. Got it. People will be like, well, why didn't you ask him why? Because I don't have to. He said no. He's got a reason. If he doesn't have a reason, that makes him a shitty leader. But I'm not going to go and have a conversation with him about why he's a shitty leader right now. I'm simply going to say, I asked and he said no. There we go. Oh, he stole the whole tentacle. Get back here. It's actually a quest to hit his arm, that weak spot on his arm 500 times. Like, that's another one of those goofy. So what you're telling me is you're forcing me to do this content, even though there's no real reason to collect Mitsuku marks anymore. Oh, there it is. That one's done. The gameplay feels smooth. It is a very good game. As I said, I probably have since last July when the game launched, I have over 4,000 hours in it. Through all my time testing, I probably have north of 5,000 hours. One of the things I wrote in one of my articles was that you can't really be a good content creator when you're spending all your time playing the games and not spending enough time making content about the games. Very good game. I really enjoy it. I think the game is very good. I think the game is I think the game has a lot of potential. The problem is they're going in a lot of different directions, which is fine, but I don't know why they're going. And I think that's the other piece I wish game developers would express to us. Like, even though I say the phrase "no" is a complete sentence, and it is, I also think that the no goes over a lot easier when you give a reason why. Like, they introduced new weapons to the game before they fixed old weapons. Well, why? Like, when you have a company that says, we know something isn't working. Cool, you know it's not working. You're acknowledging that it's not working. If they would just come out and say, we've decided to release some other weapons because we have absolutely no idea which direction to go with the weapons that we have to rework, and we have a team of people dedicated to the rework, and we have a team of people dedicated to new weapons, and we weren't going to hold off on releasing the new weapons because the work is done. So now we're going to release those weapons so we can cut half the team to the fixing problem, and the other half of the team will stay on to do post-launch balancing. I think gamers would be like, holy shit, now I understand. Of course, I recognize that a handful of them wouldn't care. You didn't fix my issue. You're right, I didn't. And that's where I think game companies need to stop worrying about being honest. When you have really loud people with the world we're living in right now, with the complete rise of content creators having social media influencers having so much influence over the market. If we're not bullshitting, content creators have a lot of influence over the market. Sometimes too much. Sometimes not enough, but sometimes too much. Game companies have the same problem everybody has. They don't want to be wrong. Nobody wants to be wrong. People want to be right. People dig their heels in when you tell them they're wrong. That's why I said the best way to ever get somebody to change their mind isn't by telling them they're wrong. It's at first adding on your direction to their direction. Like, I'll give you a great example of how adding on their direction to your direction. You don't mind being wrong because then you learn, until you're not wrong, but you're not right, and it's all a matter of perspective. One of my kids wants McDonald's. One of my kids wants Taco Bell. Well, I'm not going to two places. And if it's the kid's turn to pick food and it's McDonald's, I'm going to McDonald's because that's how my family is set up. If I ask my kid whose turn it is to pick food, I say, "What do you want?" They say McDonald's. We're having McDonald's because it's their turn, and I asked. Instead of my older children complaining about, "I don't want McDonald's." Well, tough shit. You know how it works. Whichever kid's turn it is to pick gets to pick. My older kids would be like, "Hey, are you willing to go to the McDonald's that's over by the high school so that I can jump out and grab food from Taco Bell while you're getting the food from McDonald's?" Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking like an adult. Now you're thinking. Because I have absolutely no problem driving over to the McDonald's by the high school so you can jump out of the car and go to Taco Bell. I got no problem doing that. That's a great fucking plan. That's smart on so many levels. No, I'll absolutely do that for you. Because I'm proud of that. Because I'm proud of that problem solving. Absolutely, I'll do that for you. Instead of, you know what the biggest problem in the game is? And I'll just be ridiculous. The biggest problem with the game is that there's not enough big booty Latinas. And instead of somebody else saying, "No, that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is," now we're fighting amongst ourselves. What they should turn around and say, "Yeah, man, there's no big booty Latinas. There's also no queso and salsa dip in the crafting menu." Oh, so now we're adding on to it. Now we're adding on to the problem. I'm not trying to say your problem isn't a problem. I'm just trying to tack my problem onto your problem. You know what the problem is? The problem is that clerics are unkillable. Yeah, there's no tacos, no deal. Exactly. Instead of saying the problem is this, saying, "I agree with you. You know what else is a problem is this." The moment you reach out your hand and you say, "I agree with you. You know what else is a problem is this." Subconsciously, I want to agree with you because you just agreed with me. And then I might not 100% agree with you, but I'm willing to agree with you for coalition building as long as I don't disagree with you. Right? As long as I don't disagree with your viewpoint. Yeah, I won't be playing this game because there's no tacos. It was like, have you ever noticed where somebody will say something and then they'll immediately get ostracized out of a group just because everybody else has a good relationship? You get the people that come in and they're like, "You know what I want? I want to be able to make an over-sexualized 12-year-old female character." The whole room just looks at them, be like, "The fuck did you just say?" Never mind, I'm out. Instead of each individual person having to fight with it, "Hey man, what the fuck did you just say? We're over here having a conversation about big booty Latina bitches and tacos and queso and salsa and dip, and you're coming in here with that filth? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody gives a shit about your opinion." What, doesn't anybody share my opinion? Well, here's the thing. Even if a few people shared your opinion, they're like, "I kind of do privately, but I don't want to bring it up because the coalition will work against me." Yeah, you're right. The coalition will work against you. And imagine if developers could actually make a game because the player base knew what they wanted. Imagine that world. The player base actually knows what they want? No. Really? What world are we living in? It's like when I hear people about this game. People in this game will say, "I love the fact that it's a survival game." And I'll say, "But it's really not a survival game. It's really not. You can't starve to death. You can't die of thirst. Right? Your base doesn't get attacked. You can teleport all over the map, right? So it's not really a survival game. It was kind of a survival game, and then people got mad about the survival. Like, I can't believe I've got to do an event where they attack my base and I lose my base. Then you suck at base building. Then you just suck at base building. Ask somebody for help with base building. Like, the first week we played, I didn't realize the sheer gravity of doing all 40 tier 3 cortexes. I didn't realize the sheer gravity of it. I didn't realize that. Did they remove that getting base attacks? They got rid of the need to do it. Because base attacks, defending your base was the only way to earn 4,000 specific star crom each week. And then what they did is, some players complained and they said, well, I don't like my base getting attacked because I inevitably end up losing stuff. So instead of the developer saying, yeah, that's why you need to build turrets, and why you need to do X, and why you need to do Y, and you need to do Z, what they said is, oh, well, we'll take it out. And we'll give you an alternative to doing it. Well, they didn't give you an alternative to doing it. What they gave you was a completely alternative way for character advancement. But there was nothing wrong with the first one. And you got, if you hang out on my channel, you know that I'm the first one to say when something's good, something's bad, when something needs changes and refinements. I thought they needed to make base defense harder. I thought they needed to make it more meaningful. Like, we were importing tier 3 cortexes in week 1 just because we wanted the extra star chrome. We had no problem doing that shit. Yeah, we didn't do 40 at a time. We broke it up into four sets of 10. But we got to the point where we were like, fuck it. Like, it's fine. But then I lost half my base. Yeah, it's a base defense game. If you don't lose half of your base every so often, you forget that it's supposed to be meaningful. Well, other people don't lose half their base. Other people don't suck at the game. What do you want me to tell you? But you can't say that. Yeah, this guy over here figured out how to put walls inside of walls just to make it worthwhile. They took out hive bases. Hive bases were great. Shared bases among people, you can still share your base, but you're sharing somebody else's base. Now, did you see the announcement about new weapons? Somebody was talking about it. I didn't see that they had put out an announcement about specific new weapons. Yeah, they said something about it in the dev stream. And new weapons are great. New weapons are the right direction. But not until you fixed all the other content that you've put out. I love base defense games. I love base defense games. I think they're amazing. In fact, when my stream is over, I'm thinking about taking today off and playing 7 Days to Die. Just because right now, there's not really enough content in this to keep me busy. I do want to take a look at Dune Awakening, but I don't want to jump into Dune Awakening until I'm back from Disney. Because if I jump into Dune Awakening before I'm back from Disney, I won't give it a fair shot. And I know that about myself. I'll look at it and I'll be like, you know what, this is this is too much fucking work for too little payoff. But if I look at it when I'm back from Disney, then it will become a alternative to this. Although I do have to stream this 5 times a month, 20 hours a month cycle, and it would help. Like, I'm gonna make some videos because if they want to finance the music, I'm all for that. But today I might jump into 7 Days to Die, and then tonight. Oh, the other thing that's got me, I'll be completely honest, the reason why I've stopped making videos for the moment is I want to finish The Way of Kings Book 5. So I've been powering through that. Once that's done, you know, when your eyes start to go, like, why am I reading so slow? You can't see the fucking words. I'm fucking blind. I wonder how many Mitsuku marks I have. Only reason why I'm doing this is for the marks. Complete all the Prime Wars on... Yeah, I don't know why they did it this way. Find 20 mystical crates. Use deviation skills to restore 1,000 hit points. Energy links from vending machines. Ion Pro. Only read that much one time. Killed two Dark Tower books in one day. I do like Dark Tower. I hate the fact that, as we talked about, oh, you need to finish book 5 too. I'm thinking about just getting the audiobooks to listen at work. I've decided that due to my vision, the Brandon Sanderson book 5 of The Way of Kings is the last hardbound book, or the last book I'm buying in physical media. I'm going to start just buying things on my Kindle. That way I can make the font size whatever I need to make it for the day, however my eyes are feeling. Like the other day I was finishing up book 4, and my eyes were good enough. I was actually able to make the font size a little bit smaller to put more words on the page. The new outfits for masks is goofy. I didn't even look at the new outfit for masks. Hey, there's my 9th butterfly. I've done the Manibus scenario 9 times. Yay! 9th butterfly. Yay! I see people are running their Prime Wars on rotation. It was funny last night, at least a couple of people were interested in an actual answer. Another thing they did that was just kind of goofy was they introduced new content, and then they didn't make sure that the mods made a lot of sense. So when they introduced Resonance mods are really, really good for like 2 builds. And you have to have very specific Resonance mods for them to be worth it for those 2 builds. But everybody else, it's like, thanks for introducing mods that don't help me. And it's like the lunar mods. I couldn't believe when they did this. Right? They put in lunar mods. The lower your hit points, the higher your crit damage. The lower your hit points, the higher your elemental damage. The lower your hit points, the higher your status damage. The lower your hit points, the higher your weapon damage. Where's the lower your hit points, the higher your weak spot damage? Lunar mods work if you get crit and status, right? If you're running one of the crit elemental builds, or elemental and status if you're running an elemental build. But lunar mods are useless for weak spot builds that don't rely on crit and weak spot combined. So like, who decided to make a second set of mods that don't help weak spot damage users? And you're like, you wonder why, like, if you've never heard the phrase developer meta, you're creating the meta. The players aren't creating it. You're creating it. Because you're literally making some weapons useless. Now I could do this. An ice cube with the dagger to get a massive damage boost for 30 seconds, which is just broken in my opinion. Killing an ice cube with the dagger the ice cube shouldn't count as an enemy, but it does. Purple, blue, green. Was that a purple, blue, green? Cool, nice. I need that. And I have to do a bunch of running. I need to get a bunch of mods. I'm gonna try to roll a couple of mods later, not during the stream. I'm probably gonna do it after Monday when I run the nightmares again. It kind of sucks being at a point in my game where all my progression is rolling mods. It's like, I wish they would rework the mod system. If you're gonna make everything else player choice, then make the mod system player choice as well. Although I would have preferred if they didn't make everything easy mode, but they did. I prefer games to have meaningful progression. Like, and that's like, It's so frustrating anymore with the modern younger gamers who want instant gratification. Like, I don't know if anybody else here played Final Fantasy 11, not 14, Final Fantasy 11. Spending months working on your Dynamis weapon and then finally getting it was so satisfying. Like, the showing up for, like, not telling anybody in your guild or your link shell that you'd gotten your Dynamis weapon and just showing up to the next Dynamis run with it. Like, just, you know, it's just, holy shit, what is that? It's my Dynamis weapon. Oh my god, this guy got it. I think those are the days that I miss the most in old school gaming, when you actually accomplished something that made you like the upper echelon. Yeah, I gotta get with that 0.001% upgrade so people with worse mods can out-damage us in videos by probably doing their videos on private servers. It is what it is. It is what it is. People are always gonna do things. Content creators are always gonna do things. They're always gonna mislead people because that's how they make their living. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying I understand why they do it. Well, that's going to be a fail. I don't know why people are starting these. Yeah, that's going to be a giant fail. See, I like this boss AI though. This boss AI you can't hold aggro, you can't trick it, you can't deter it. It's literally, its goal is to destroy the Staroid, and that's what it's going to do. That's all it gives a shit about doing. It gives no fucks about any other objective. I'm really confused as to somebody must have broken its shield to do 1.5 bars of damage. So, like, did they just get... wait, hold on. Somebody hit it again. We might actually get this done. You need to hit it like one more. You need whatever you hit it with. Hit it one more time. Nope, that's a fail. So whoever that was, whoever the 2,700 person was. Yeah, Mr. Wish works on them. So I wanna do that real quick before I I wanna fucking see just to see. Do I even have any Staroids? I do, I have some. fed the rest to my wish box. Oh, somebody's gonna do nightmare. Repair all. It's not repair. Confirm. Yep. Who's ready for this? Bring your own cannon. No. Okay, someone's gonna start a nightmare. Let's see how that works. Let's see how this works out for everybody involved. Somebody started Lost Oasis. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, remember in season 1 where it was like, why aren't you on a cannon? That's not my job. And then the shield would drop and it'd be like 7 million damage. It'd be like, that's why I don't bring missiles. Who the fuck built this? Okay. For the record, this is not how you want to build this. Because you don't want people standing up here drawing aggro. But whatever. Oh. Think I got enough boxes? Those are all selection boxes. I have 34 keyword suffix mod selection crates. I'll get around to opening those. No, you won't. I need those. Believe it or not, my gear's not done yet. I still have gear. I still have mods to finish. My status set is terrible. You still have 0 what? Keyword selection ones? Just go to the high risk events. I know you'll actually have to you'll have to turn on world chat. Which set isn't done again? My status set isn't done, so my elemental and status damage. I have 1 or 2 mods. I have 1 or 2 mods that I have to fix. For... Where the fuck did it go? Do I not have it? Oh. I have 1 or 2 mods left in this set to finish. I know my headpiece. I know my headpiece in my bullseye set I gotta finish. I would like to roll this again, but I don't know if I'm ever going to get technically, I don't know if I'm going to get better than this. And the reason why is because I have both bounce crit damage and bounce weak spot. Yeah, it would be nice if I had gold on the top line. But to lose 6% bounce weak spot damage for 1.2 bounce damage might be rough. That might be something that I work on like later on. Like, of course, this mod isn't terrible. I would prefer, right? It's a 16-point mod instead of a 17-point mod. I would prefer weapon damage 6%. That one right there, that's a 16-point mod, but it is as good as it's going to get. I'm not rolling another precision bounce until I have nothing else to roll. That's as... I could get slightly better than that. I would have to get a better starting mod. I could pick up another couple of points in crit damage. That one again, that's a 16-point mod. I'll probably roll this at some point, only because I don't like the fact the weapon damage is so low. Again, this one, same thing. I don't like the fact that the weapon damage is so low. And that one, I don't think I will roll for a long time because max crit damage, max weapon damage, 17-point mod, I would be at the mercy of, you know, RNG. So I think I might actually start working on my status set. Okay, what are these guys doing all the time? They're building, they're starting, and then they're not laying the fucking smack down on these tentacles. No, I don't think I'll be all booming your boom boom. I think your boom boom build is hella good. I mean, sure, if RNG hates you and you can't get any more upgrades, or if RNG loves me, I'm so confused as to what these guys are trying to accomplish here. The boss has been up. They didn't take out the shadow. Did they take out the one over there? No. I have no idea what these guys are doing. Like, they burned the Shadow Hound. They haven't burned any of the arms. I'm beginning to think that these guys are just seriously trolling the whole server. Yeah, Little Jaws I liked Little Jaws when I played with it. The nice part about Little Jaws versus Jaws, well, Little Jaws versus everything else, is once you build one status set, other than the weapon and the mask, when you build one status set, you basically have built out 5/7 of all the other elemental sets. These guys have done no fucking damage. Am I the only person here? Like, I don't have missiles with me. I'm here to kill all the fucking trash. I don't see anybody doing anything. I'm absolutely so confused. This is what I used to do in season 1. Piss off all the arms, stay away from the resonator, and then just get hit. But I don't... What is... I'm so I'm so confused as to what these people are doing. Like, I don't even, like, I have 900 points at I have 900 points at this Prime War from killing all these. Like, there's nobody else here. I'm literally defending it. Like, those two are stuck. Those two are stuck. And I'm just defending this from the ads. I'm tanking Manibus. Like whatever, son. Just keep shooting me. Yeah, a thing in front of me is a structure the players built to defend the resonator or the restrainer. I keep changing fucking names and shit. This is a base defense that we're attempting to do. And somebody knocked down the Shadowhound once, but didn't kill him. The other one is bugged out over there. I'm very confused. I come to support these. I don't actually need these. I'm tanking the shit out of the boss. The boss isn't hitting the restrainer. Now they're about to destroy that one brick. That one brick is like nearly gone. But I'm so lost. Like, these guys seemed like legitimately. These guys like legitimately seemed like they wanted to get it done. The building in this game looks satisfying. The building in this game can be very satisfying. The building in this game can also piss you off because sometimes roof tiles just do not want to just do not want to snap where they should. This is absurd. Yeah. Yeah, the light. The fucking... Oh, that pissed me off, man. The light just would not go into place. And there's... Sometimes I understand why something won't go into place. If you're trying to build right on the edge of your property and you're in flight mode, sometimes it's just like, oh, well, you can't put that there because you're trying to go over the edge of the property. But there was no reason why that growing light should have been giving me any difficulty. It's in the dead center of my property. That should have been the easiest. That should have been a 2-second place. This is just goofy shit. I mean, look at... I'm just able to tank this guy in the sky, and I'm not even using my shield build. I could tank this even better if I was in Bastille gear. Because the interval that he shoots at me, I can stand up, recharge, get my shield back. But like, I'm so confused as to why people would waste their time building. I mean, what they built was total shit, right? That's garbage anyway. But they spent the time to build it, and then they didn't spend the time to bring missiles to defend it. And I mean, I missed that server we were on a while ago where we were knocking these out as pugs in like 2 minutes. Look at that, the boss actually can't do enough damage to kill any one person that's holding it. I'm holding 2 tentacles. I have 2 tentacles aggro. I mean, I can just sit there and soak it. But if no one's gonna bother... No one's gonna bother killing the... Like, nobody shot a biomissile, so fuck it, we're just gonna fuck off here. I don't know why people bother. Does it tell me how many I killed though? So I killed at least 50 normal or elite mobs. Yeah, when the hardest content in the game can't kill one guy. No kidding. Not gonna let me teleport out? Yeah, you are. So, with that said, as always, my time on the weekends is always so short. I need to get out of here. I need to go for a walk. I need to I need to continue building tolerance to the heat. I will see you guys on Monday for more politics shows, and then I will be doing this video game thing on Thursdays and Saturdays. See you then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan